pitches with timely treatment in under an hour for most patients. View online wait times at capecodhealth.org/urgent care. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care. Minor emergencies, major attention.
Welcome back to Veterans Field. Chatham Anglers set to bat for the first time in this second matchup of the season against the Anglers, which first one took place at White House Field. Harwich came out on top in a nail-biter. And now, Chatham looking to stay hot right now. Third worst in the league in average, but have won 4 of the last 5. And let's meet the lineup for Jeremy Sheetinger and company. Leading off is center fielder Austin Overn. Batting second, right fielder Ashton Larson. Batting thirds, catcher Ike Irish, followed up in the cleanup spot by left fielder John Bay. Batting fifth, shortstop Ivo Arquette. Batting sixth, first baseman Luke Cantwell. Batting seventh, second baseman Kyle Lodiz, followed by designated hitter Jaden Davis and third baseman Jet Johnston. And they are facing the 6'6" righty Olin Johnson out of North Carolina. A rising sophomore. They're in for his second appearance of the season with Harwich. His first start, he pitched on Tuesday against Wareham, went an inning and a third, giving up 2 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. So a big opening start here for the young sophomore.
Yeah, Johnson, 6'6" frame, just a very quick arm, and he's somebody who Steve Engler thinks is going to have a weekend role in the near future for the Tar Heels. He's just a superb natural talent, hoping to get some innings in after being limited in college this past year. And he's getting underway against the very dangerous Overn.
First pitch of the day from Johnson is a strike on the inside corner to the left-handed Austin Overn out of USC. Off to a great start with the Anglers, 3-13 through 17 games, 0-1. Johnson paints the bottom of the zone. No balls, 2 strikes. To the Southern California native, who's coming off an 0-for-4 performance yesterday in the loss to Falmouth. 0-2 home from Johnson. Overn holds back. He tosses his bat aside, claiming that the ball skipped off his foot. But in disagreement is home plate umpire Jeff Mertzel, who is joined by Joe Labella at first, Matt Newman at third, and so now it's 1-2 to Overn.
Yeah, Mertzel not sold at all. He thinks that hit the dirt and dirt only.
Johnson pitches it, and Overn hammers it right to left center field, and it clears the fence. Austin Overn, leadoff home run in the bottom of the first, and the Anglers get off to a hot start. Third of the year from Overn, and it's 1-0 Chatham. No outs in the bottom of the first.
And boy, that was an impressive shot over the wall to the right of the 370-foot marker. He's known more for his speed than power, but he's certainly proving his case that he has both ahead of his draft-eligible draft.
Ranked as the 64th best prospect by MLB.com, and that might continue to rise as he is mashing the baseball so far. Johnson responds with a first pitch called strike at the bottom of the zone to another lefty in right fielder Ashton Larson. heading into his sophomore year at LSU. 0-1. That skips in the dirt, picked up off the dirt from the catcher Winslow. 1 ball, 1 strike. Harwich defense with Anderson at first, Curlin at second, Weingartner at short, Godbout at third with Maldonado in right, Scannell in center, Barth in left. Johnson rifles a fastball right down the plate, and it's 1-2 to Larson.
Got to execute your pitch. Had over it in a 2-strike count, but he homered off you, so let's see if he can bury it.
Johnson pitches, and it's fouled back towards the Harwich on deck circle on the first base side, so 1-2 to Larson in his 11th game with Chatham, hitting .314. He came into pinch hit last time these two teams faced off and ended up getting 2 at-bats out of it before grounding into the game-ending double play against pitcher Sam Sequoian. 1-2, Johnson on the ground to second, scooped by Curlin, sidearm throw over to Anderson, and that's the first out of the game for Chatham.
Yeah, nice bounce back for Johnson. Just keep filling the zone even with 2 strikes, executing your pitch and getting him to roll over harmlessly to the sure-handed Curlin.
Lefties continue here for Chatham. It's the catcher Ike Irish now. Digging in. Johnson comes set and deals low. Got away from the catcher Winslow, rolls to the backstop. 1-0 to Irish, who's sitting .271 through 18 games in his second season on the Cape. Johnson paints a changeup at the bottom of the zone, gets a swinging strike from Irish. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. In the bottom of the first, 1-0 Anglers lead, thanks to the home run from Austin Over. Irish on the ground to second, another sidearm throw over by Cape Curlin. 2 gone for the A's.
Yeah, keep the ball on the ground. Olin Johnson. I mean, no ground ball has ever been a ball out of the yard. So I think that's a nice approach that he's showing. He and Macon Winslow coordinating after the solo shot.
Good bounce back by Johnson. Face another power hitter in John Bay, first righty. Takes a ball down. 1-0 to the rising redshirt senior at Austin P down in Tennessee. 292 so far for the Oklahoma native with 3 homers. Johnson steps back and fires a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bottom of the first in a 1-0 Anglers game. The pitch hits the bottom of the dirt, causes some pain in the left-handed batter's box to spray. 2-1 to Bay. Went 2 for 3 yesterday against Falmouth with a run batted in. The delivery is also low, and John Bay quickly ahead. 3 balls, 1 strike, just 2 outs. The pitch from Johnson. Bay gets it off the end of his bat towards the Chatham dugout, and now it's full.
Yeah, first time Johnson has been working from behind, but now getting back into the count. Dangerous right-hand batter, but let's see if he can throw his best stuff here and retire the side in order after the solo shot.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Payoff from Johnson. And Bay, on an off-speed pitch, slices it back into the netting. Behind home plate, stays alive.
And that was a breaking ball out over the plate. 3-2 count. Want to get something in the zone, but John Bay, a guy that can do a lot of damage. May want to be more aggressive in getting that one down and away.
Another 3-2 from Johnson. Bounce to short. Weingartner backhand gloves it. Quick throw to first. Beats out the runner. So Olin Johnson gives up a leadoff home run, but responds by getting 3 straight groundouts. Nonetheless, the powerful bat of Austin Over and puts Chatham in front. 1-0 heading to the second here on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery, Welcome to the state of winning. Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
Leading off for Harwich.
Top of the second, Mariners looking to respond after Chatham struck in the bottom of the first thanks to Austin Overn with a solo shot to center. Oh, the Mariners they fizzled out there in the first, but first two runners reached against Carson Ligon.
Yeah, and that's always a promising start. Cade Curlin starting things off this inning, a guy that can get on base a fair bit as well.
Initial offer skips away from the backstop Irish. 1-0 to the second baseman Curlin in the right-handed batter's box. Coming off his best game as a Mariner, 3 for 4 yesterday with a run batted in. 1-0. The hack aggressively fouled back into the netting. 1-1 to the rising junior at Florida.
And this is a guy who's seen his fair share of challenge fastballs. That's what he likes to go after. A little bit above the hands there, couldn't quite square it up, but he prefers those to the breaking ball any day of the week.
Ligon comes set and fires. Curlin, slow roller, foul on the third base side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. To the Tampa, Florida native, both. Curlin from Tampa, Ligon is from Sarasota, which is just south of that Bay Area, so from the same spot there in western Florida. 1-2. Curlin flares it to center field, and that drops right in front of Overn. Another leadoff base runner for Harwich. This time it's a single from Cade Curlin, who stays hot.
And that time it was the slider out and over the plate. Great sign from Curlin that he's still able to get the barrel to it despite not being his offering a choice.
Curlin on first, replaced by Tommy Barth in the right-handed batter's box. Left fielder out of East Tennessee State. Ligon from the stretch. Misses down and out. 1-0 to Barth, hitting .300 on the year through 11 games. Got the day off yesterday, went 1 for 3 on Friday against Bourne. 1-0 Ligon. Now fully facing the plate, checks on Curlin at first with a quick throwback. Stole his first base of the season yesterday, did Curlin, after taking 5 in the spring at Florida. 1-0 to Barth. Breaking ball causes the batter to duck. Irish had to pop out of his crouch to snag it. 2-0 to Barth with a man on first, no outs in the top of the second. 1-0 Anglers lead.
Yeah, not intentional by any stretch. That one just a slider that got away.
2-0. Ligon with the glove at his belt, pitches high. Ball 3, Tommy Barth in the driver's seat. 3 balls, no strikes. No outs in the top of the second. Curlin leads off first after a single. 1-0 Chatham in front. The pitch? Right down the middle. 3-1. For the rising senior, currently in the transfer portal, set to take a visit to Power 5 Conference in Kansas tomorrow. 3-1 home from Ligon. And that nearly hits Barth again. Second walk issued by Carson Ligon, and back-to-back innings where the first 2 batters are on for Harwich.
Now you got to start cashing in if you're the Harwich Mariners. Chatham is a very stingy pitching staff. In the month of July, they have walked fewer batters than any other team. So now with 2 and 2 innings, you got to start making him pay. And now we might even see Maldonado think about bunting the guy over for Matt Scannell, who hit a home run yesterday.
Chatham has the best ERA in the league, third fewest walks issued so far. Big spot here potentially for the right fielder Cam Maldonado. Men on first and second, no outs. In the top of the second, a lot of speed. Has stolen 60 bases in his 2 years at Northeastern. Stands in there and nearly gets hit on a fastball up and in. 1-0 to the right fielder, who has gotten the last 2 days off for Steve Engler. Last played on the 4th of July against Brewster and had a day to forget, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. 1-0 with Barth on first, Kurland on second. Quick snapback throw from Irish to first. Barth slides in there safely. It was another ball, though, from Ligon, so 2-0 to Maldonado.
And that throw from Ike Irish almost sailed right over the head of Cantwell. He had to jump up as though he were snatching a line drive in order to prevent that from being a costly E2.
Control seems to be an issue so far for Carson Ligon, so pitching coach Eric Beatty out to have a conversation with his pitcher and his battery mate, Ike Irish. 2 balls, no strikes to Cam Maldonado. With men on first and second, no outs in the top of the second. 1-0 Mariners lead as we take a quick trip around the league. Surprising out at Red Wilson Field, Wareham in a division-leading matchup with YD, leading 7-1 at the top of the ninth.
And the winner of this matchup between Chatham and Harwich is going to pick up a game on the Red Sox. Both teams tied for second right now, so some implications there.
So potentially big win there, or loss, you could say, while another East Division matchup, Brewster leading Orleans 4-3 in the bottom of the 8th. The mound visit concludes. 2 balls, no strikes to Maldonado. Bat held slightly over his right shoulder. Ligon goes with the breaking ball and gets a called strike. 2-1 with Barth on first after the walk, Kurland on second after he singled. No outs in the top of the second. Chatham in front of Harwich, 1-0. 2-1, a long look at Kurland. Now the pitch. Maldonado drills this in the air, right center field. Overn sprints over and makes the catch. Kurland takes off for third. He's in there standing up. So a productive out there for Cam Maldonado. Gets men on the corners with 1 out.
Yeah, great piece of contact. That's about as promising as a batted ball off of his piece of rubber has sounded any of the past week. That one certainly with the speed to get out into the gap. Just Austin Overn's even faster. Productive out, nonetheless, runners at the corners.
So Craig Kurland stands 90 feet away from tying the ballgame up, and the lone lefty in Steve Englert's lineup, center fielder Matt Scannell. Set to spend his grad year at Wake Forest, coming off his best game of the season. Went 2 for 4 with a home run. Initial offer from Ligon is low and in. 1-0 to Scannell with Barth on first, Kurland on third. Scannell, just 2 games, has had back-to-back multi-hit games. Before that was batting under 100. Now he's up to 167 through 12 games. 1-0, Ligon spins back. Low throw, dropped by Cantwell. Barth slid in safely nonetheless. Is 3 for 3 on stolen bases this season, after taking 6 in the spring at ETSU. Another check on Barth at first. Slides in head first. Still 1-0 to Scannell with men on the corners here and 1 out in the top of the second. Harwich trailing 1-0 to Chatham in its first trip to Veterans Field. While the fog rolls in from right field. The pitch to Scannell is a fastball at 95 miles per hour right down Broadway. Evens the count at 1 apiece.
Scannell, we've seen his power to all fields. Right field is only 314 feet away, so if he runs into one, he could pop one over.
1-1, chopped up the middle, gloved by Arquette. Tossed the second throw on a first, not in time. Nearly a highlight reel play. Ivar Arquette with an underhand toss to second baseman Kyle Otis. Got the out at second, but Scannell beat it out at first. It's an RBI fielder's choice, and Harwich has tied it up at 1 with 2 outs here in the top of the second.
Yeah, great hustle by Scannell to beat it out. You were right, that was almost a highlight reel play. Lodis on the turn, barehanded it, and then threw on the run to first, prompting some oohs and ahs from the Anglers' home crowd. But Scannell able to beat it out to tie the game.
Scannell dances off of first. Ryan Weingartner up for the second time and looks at a ball way outside. 1-0. With a man on first, 2 outs here in the top of the second, now 1-1. Scannell picks up his 4th RBI of the season, 2nd in as many games, and now gets checked at first, slides back in safely. Only 1 for 2 on stolen bases this season. .1-0 from Ligon. And Weingartner just gets a piece of it, fouls it back. Led off the game with a walk in the first, got stranded at third though.
That pitch right there, the kind of swing, not the kind that scares you as a pitcher, but it was still very balanced, seeing the fastball well. Time to square another one up if he gets it.
1-1. And Ligon dumps it in the bottom of the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the second to Weingartner. Scannell on first in a 1-1 ball game. Ligon, love at his belt. Now kicks and deals. Scannell takes off running and miss outside. Irish throw down. The tag from Arquette not in time. Matt Scannell slides into second safely with his 2nd stolen base of the season and another runner in scoring position for Harwich. 2-2 count to Weingartner with 2 outs.
Yeah, and I think Arquette, who was coming over from shortstop, missed the tag. Tried to sell it to the third base umpire, stationed at second, Matt Newman, but Newman didn't buy it.
Deuces are wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the second. Man on second. The pitch to Weingartner, just outside. Near miss on the slider from Ligon.
That went at 82 miles an hour, so perhaps even the first curveball that we saw. Great take by Weingartner.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Man on second. In the top of the second, 1-1 game here. The payoff from Ligon. And that's strike 3. Went back to the well and found the zone. Ryan Weingartner rung up looking for the 2nd strikeout of the game for Carson Ligon. But Harwich able to get on the board thanks to a fielder's choice for Matt Scannell. 1 hit in the inning as well, 1 man left on. We are knotted up at 1, heading to the bottom of the second on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Here at White House Field or cheering from home, gear up with some official Harwich Mariners merchandise. Order online or visit our booth behind home plate. See you soon, enroll NERS.
Back to the bottom of the second from Veterans Field. Skylar Wilkes with Carson Trail here. Anglers and Mariners tied up at 1. Olin Johnson in his 2nd game as a Mariner, first career start, faced 4 batters in the first, gave up a leadoff home run to Austin Overn. Now he's got to deal with the shortstop Ivar Arquette. First pitch is down low, 1-0 to the 6'4" righty. Just finished his sophomore year at Washington, but currently in the transfer portal. And slams this one high in the air to right. Going back is Maldonado at the wall, and it's gone. Ivar Arquette leaves the park for the 3rd time this season. Back-to-back innings with a lead-off homer for the Anglers, and it's 2-1 Chatham in the bottom of the second.
And that one up into the fog that's getting thicker and thicker. Maldonado could barely see it, and he ended up gliding gently with the wall as it came down. Beyond his reach as it would happen, but Arquette, again, much like Over, going the opposite way and taking Olin Johnson deep.
First pitch back after the home run is a ball in. to first baseman Luke Cantwell, lefty. Just finished his junior season at Pittsburgh, where he transferred there from Fairleigh Dickinson. Johnson goes way outside there. 2 balls, no strikes. To Cantwell, who's hitting .213 through 17 games for Chatham. 2-0. Johnson misses high. Hitters count to the Pitt Panthers single season program record holder for most walks, 57 this past spring. 3-0 showing bunt. And Johnson fires it right down the middle. 3-1. Only has 11 walks though this season compared to 22 strikeouts. The pitch is in there for a strike. Cantwell was ready to toss his bat aside, but now regains composure. Twists his body a little and now takes a squat and holds the bat out in front of his head. And nearly gets hit as Olin Johnson misses in at the belt. That's a walk for Luke Cantwell, his 12th of the year. Chatham with a runner on here, still no outs.
Yeah, plenty of fastballs for Olin Johnson. This time not able to put Cantwell away after he gets back into the count. Let's see if he can bounce back against Kyle Lodis.
So with Cantwell on first, Kyle Lodis, second baseman, showing bunt. Johnson, the slider in the dirt, kept in front by the catcher Macon Winslow. Lodis heading to Georgia Tech for his junior season after playing at Division II Augusta University in his home state of Georgia. He was an all-conference this year after hitting .369. Slider, too high. 2 balls, no strikes to Lodis as Carson mentioned the fog rolling in from the outfield here on a cloudy night in Chatham. 2-0. The pitch, Lodis hits it high in the air, foul territory, first base side. Anderson sprinting after it, but it heads over the fence. 2-1. No outs here in the bottom of the second. 2-1 Anglers lead.
And that ball nearly disappeared. So I think it could be a matter of time before this game gets delayed for an interim.
These two teams already had a game postponed due to rain. That's set to take place on July 11th. The fog about just under the lights here out in the outfield. 2-1. Slamming back foul into the netting. 2-2 to Lodis. His cousin Alex plays at Florida State and is now a member of the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. So both Lodis is getting to play on the Cape this summer. 2-2 from Johnson with Cantwell on first. Looped up in the air, shallow right center field, and it's the second baseman Cade Curlin calls off everyone, makes the catch right above his head for a much needed first out.
And there are no easy plays on balls hit in the air right now. So good job by Curlin. I don't think he saw it until it was, I think he read it off the bat and then kind of parked himself in a spot, finally seeing it as it came down.
1 gone, 1 on. In the bottom of the second here, Jaden Davis, DH out of Vanderbilt. With a low crouch. Cantwell with a big lead off first. Winslow popped up to make sure he saw him back. 1-0 to Davis.
Cantwell, not a guy that runs a lot, and so important that you keep him at first base. Chatham and Harwich have induced double plays along with the best of them. They lead the league from a pitching standpoint with 12 double plays induced.
1-0. Another ball too high from Johnson. 2 balls, no strikes to Davis. Induced 2 double plays yesterday against YD in both the second inning and the 6th. 2 balls, no strikes to Davis. 1 out, Cantwell on first. The delivery. Off-speed pitch. This is down. Another hitter's count for Chatham. 3 balls, no strikes, 1 out. 2-1 Anglers lead. Olin Johnson, who had a solid freshman year at UNC. 7 games, 6 starts, had a .496 ERA. 3-0. Davis holds off, but it's a called strike. 3-1.
Yeah, it's so important to start getting ahead of hitters. Talked about this pregame, but the Harwich staff this month of July has been one of the least efficient in the Cape League.
The pitch. Lifted high in the air, foul behind home plate, heading towards the dugout for Harwich, and it just heads over the netting. Orland Johnson has recovered from 3-0 to make it 3-2. Jaden Davis in the batter's box, hitting 170 through 15 games. Heading into his junior year at Vanderbilt. First year with the Commodores after spent his freshman campaign at Samford down in Alabama. Closer to home, though, he's from Cookeville, Tennessee, about an hour and 15 minutes east of Nashville. Pitch from Johnson, slammed right at Anderson, who catches it with the glove, steps on the bag with his right foot, and doubles up Cantwell. Michael Anderson, sure he said he 317, but he can do it with the glove too. Line drive right at him, and Cantwell was too far off the bag. So it's an L3 and then an unassisted 3 double play. And Olin Johnson quickly ends the inning. Not before Iva Arquette strikes another leadoff homer for Chatham. Makes it 2-1 Anglers, heading to the third on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Hey Mariners fans, join us for First Responder Night on July 12th at 6:30 p.m. Cheer on our heroes from Harwich Police, Fire, Coast Guard, Harbor Master, and special guest State Representative Steven Zaros. Make sure to mark your calendars and come show your support for these brave men and women.
When you need to be seen for a minor illness or injury, Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is here for you with high-quality, full-service walk-in care. ER expertise meets urgent care convenience at our 6 urgent care centers, which are staffed by board-certified ER providers and located Cape-wide from Falmouth to Orleans. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is open daily and offers a cost-saving option for everything from sprains to stitches, with timely treatment in under an hour for most patients. View online wait times at capecodhealth.org/urgent-care. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care. Minor emergencies, major attention.
Top of the third is upon us here from a very foggy Veterans Field in Chatham, where the Anglers leading the Mariners 2-1. Carson Ligon out for his third inning of work has allowed some traffic. 2 hits already, 2 walks as well. Harwich reached on a RBI fielder's choice in the second, and now it's the middle of the heart of the order, really. 2, 3, 4 up for Harwich, starting with Danny Dickinson. Showing bunt. And nearly got hit. Looks like it might have careened off his left knee, but he was able to do the acrobatics out of the way. He showed it yesterday in left field for the first time ever. He's an athlete.
Yeah, this guy is a ball player.
Second pitch is more over the zone, but still high. 2-0 to Dickinson. Currently in the portal after spending 2 years at Utah Valley. And another ball, that's down, right above the shoe tops of Dickinson. 2 phenomenal years for the Wolverines, including this past year where he hit 367. Hitters count 3-0. And Ligon able to get a strike there. 3 balls and 1 strike to Dickinson.
And we're seeing a lot of this in college baseball. 2 good years out of mid-major school. He went to Team USA, and he's probably going to go someplace very, very good.
Ligon skips it in the dirt. Leadoff walk for Dickinson. 3 straight innings. Harwich has the first man on. And that's the 6th walk of the season for Dickinson in now 9 games. And he's definitely a threat to run over there at first.
Yeah, great speed. Let's see how aggressive they are with Henry Godbat up. Great bat-to-ball skills and a huge hole in the right side. Maybe they think about putting something on.
Dickinson fakes the run. The pitch from Ligon. Lifted in the air to left. Bay is there to glove it. And Dickinson jogs back into first. Godbout with a frustrated double leap there near the first base bag. Another decent contact that couldn't find a home.
And I want to point out something that I saw. When Danny Dickinson faked a steal, the second baseman, Lodis, broke toward the bag. So that's a couple of steps more up the middle with the man holding him on at first. I get an opportunity to put one on the ground right side. That's an easy base hit.
Ligon, that's upstairs. 1-0 to Anderson. Lodiz shading more towards the second base bag to his right. Arquette playing in normal shortstop territory while Cantwell holding Dickinson at first. 1-0, another fake run. Anderson knocks this one a mile high in the fog. Shallow right field, and Kyle Lodiz, the second baseman, tracked it the whole way for the second out.
Chatham, perhaps a little bit more comfortable than Harwich, playing in the foggy home confines. Still not an easy task for Lodiz to track it. Starting to look like pea soup up there near the floodlights.
Light meshing well with the fog here. Hasn't been a problem for either side defensively, as Macon Winslow looks to keep this inning going after the leadoff walk. Check on Dickinson at first. He just slides in past the tag of Cantwell. Some grunts let out by the Angler faithful here at Veterans Field. It looked like a close play.
Yeah, it certainly was. Maybe caught him leaning as he was shuffling off the bag, hoping to go step off throw to first, and that one could have gone either way.
Another check. Nearly pulled Cantwell off the bag. Dickinson, 2 for 2 on stolen bases this season after he took 32 at Utah Valley in the spring. He's the program's single season and career record holder in that category. Ligon on the first pitch to Macon Winslow throws a ball 1-0 to the catcher, who popped up to first in the first. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs in the top of the third. Anglers leading 2-1 over the Mariners. Dickinson on first, the pitch from Ligon. Skips away from the backstop Irish, and Dickinson jogs on down to second. Second wild pitch of the game from Ligon.
And neither of the two wild pitches have been anywhere close to catchable. The first one just air-mailed over the head of everybody to the backstop, and then that one in the opposite batter's box.
Wild pitch is something that Macon Winslow knows a bit about from his time behind the plate as a catcher. 1 of 2 on this Harwich roster. Has had to deal with quite a few wild pitches this season. He's done a solid job defensively, though. 2-0, just above the belt. Another hitter's count, 3-0 to Winslow, who got the day off yesterday after an 0 for 2 performance with 2 walks against Bourne on Friday. 3-0 with Dickinson on second. Ligon misses in at the knees. And Macon Winslow with a 2-out walk, second in the inning issued by Ligon. 4th of the ball game.
And now you bring up the guy the exact guy that you want up there. Cade Curlin singled and scored the Mariners' only run, and he certainly has the potential to tie this game, if not do more than that.
Singled to lead off the second, has men on first and second, 2 outs in the top of the third. 2-1 Anglers lead. And Ligon deals the ball low. Came in today with 3 walks through 7 1/3 innings. And now he's through 2 2/3, and he's already got 4. So control has been a bit of an issue for Ligon so far. 1-0 to Curland with Winslow on first, Dickinson on second. 2 outs in the top of the third. Long glare at the runner. Now the pitch, and it's down. 2 balls, no strikes to Curland, who is off to a scorching start through 6 games with Harwich, not including the single in the second. 8 for 22, that's a .364 average, and he has 5 RBIs. 2-0, Dickinson, loose lead off second. Ligon on the curveball, misses off the plate, and another 3-0 count for a Harwich hitter.
And now if you're Ligon with 2 walks here this inning, you lose any chance you had at getting the benefit of the doubt from home plate umpire Jeffrey Mertzel.
And now a check on Dickinson at second. He slides in just past the tag of Lodiz, a little bit closer than I think Steve Engler would like there.
Yeah, 3-0 count. Guy can't find the strike zone. You cannot get picked off, and Danny knows that. Got to be careful.
55 pitches for Ligon, only 24 have found the zone. 3-0, make that 25 on a fastball at 97 miles per hour. Right over the plate, 3-1.
1 pitch, 1 spot if you're Cade Curlin. Just let it eat.
3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, top of the third. And another spin back inside move from Ligon. Tossing it to Lodies. Dickinson slides in head first safely. 3-1 to Curlin. 2-1 Chatham lead with men on first and second. 2 outs in the top of the third. The pitch. Misses too far in. Ball 4. Third walk of the inning issued by Carson Ligon, and that loads the bases with 2 outs.
Yeah, nice at bat from Curlin, just staying within himself. He's got the power where he can turn this game upside down with 1 swing. But now just keep turning up the heat on Ligon, who has not found his command this inning. Tommy Barth already with a grand slam this year, the guy that you want up there as well.
Big spot for Tommy Barth, who on July 3rd hit his first home run of the year and brought everyone home with him. Chance to do that again here. Bases loaded, 2 outs. And Ligon gets a much-needed strike on the initial offer. 0-1 to the Harwich left fielder who walked back in the second. It's Curlin on first, Winslow on second, Dickinson on third. 2 outs in the top of the third, 2-1 Chatham lead. 0-1, Barth goes after a high fastball, and now Carson Ligon a pitch away from getting away unscathed.
Yeah, he thought he had what he wanted there, a fastball up in the zone, but it exploded out of the hand at 96 miles an hour. Just could not connect, could not catch up to it.
0-2. Ligon kicks and deals. Just off the plate. Was about to walk towards the dugout thinking he had it. Jeff Mertzell thought otherwise. 1-2 now to Barth, who went 2 for 3 last time out against Chatham. In the victory for Harwich. 1-2. Check swing from Barth. Skipped in the dirt. First base umpire Joe LaBella says he held up. Well protected by Ike Irish behind the plate, and the count is even at 2 apiece.
Yeah, he picked that out. He didn't even block it. If he misses it, that's an easy run.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the third, bases loaded for Tommy Barth. The bat at an angle above his right shoulder. The pitch, low and away towards the left-handed batter's box, and the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and Carson Ligon has nowhere to put Tommy Barth. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the top of the third. 2-1 Anglers lead. Ligon comes set with the glove just above his waist. The pitch from the stretch is high, ball 4. Dickinson trots home to score. It's an RBI walk for Tommy Barth. And the Mariners have tied it right back up at 2 here in the top of the third.
Yeah, that one too far inside for Ligon to get Barth to expand a second time. Great eye from Barth, great patience, and now let's see what Maldonado can do.
3 straight walks for Ligon, 4 in the inning. And now his battery mate Ike Irish coming out to have a quick conversation. Cam Maldonado, no stranger to getting free passes, 9 walks on the year. And now Luke Cantwell joining Irish and Ligon on the mound.
And we are going to see how much longer Ligon is allowed to wither out there. 4 walks in the inning. And that's more than he allowed in his previous start by a long shot.
It's more than he allowed in his previous 7 innings combined. So uncharacteristic for Carson Ligon. And now Eric Beatty decides to pull the plug. So Ligon, his day ends after 2 2/3 innings of work. Bases loaded with 2 outs here in the top of the third. 2-2 ball game here at Veterans Field, and we take a quick break to let the new arm warm up for Chatham. We'll be right back here on the Harwich Mariner Network. Bases loaded, top of the third here. Tie ball game at 2 between the Mariners and the Anglers. And Malachi Witherspoon, young righty out of Oklahoma, takes over on the mound in a tough spot in relief of Carson Ligon, who line is still open, but he goes 2 2/3, 6 walks, which is the most allowed by an opposing pitcher all season. Breaks the record set just the other day at Brewster by starter Ryan Urey, who walked 5. So Ligon leaves the bases loaded for Witherspoon, who just came back from Team USA. Really talented right arm, was a 12th round draft pick by the Diamondbacks back in 2022 out of high school. Third appearance of the summer for the Anglers. 3 1/3 innings pitched so far, 2.70 ERA, with 1 run allowed on 1 hit, with 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Runners on first, Kurland on second, with Winslow on third, and Cam Maldonado, big spot here, with the bases loaded. Flew out to right center field in the second on a well-struck baseball. Now is a chance to do some real damage. Had a great game against Chatham last time out. Went 3 for 3 with a double and an RBI. Witherspoon with a little off-kiltered setup, now comes set and fires. And first pitch is a strike. For Malachi Witherspoon, his twin brother Kyson was on the A's earlier in the summer. Both attended Team USA. Malachi, the only one to return so far, shakes off the first 2 signs on the pitch com, has his glove right at his waist. Now pitches. Maldonado chops it foul on the third base side and quickly behind 0-2.
And that's how Witherspoon tends to operate. Get ahead of guys and put them away. A strikeout rate per 9 innings over 10. Maldonado really has to fight to stay alive now.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the third. Bases loaded for Cam Maldonado in a tied ball game at 2 apiece. Witherspoon kicks and deals. Maldonado fends it off and sends it foul towards the playground over there in right field. Strong attendance here at Veterans Field, with fans surrounding us at all angles, out in center field and right field behind the plate. Strong support here in Chatham. 0-2 again from Witherspoon. Maldonado rips it down the left field line. That's down. In to score comes Winslow. Kurland follows suit. And Cam Maldonado with a 2-run double gives Harwich its first lead of the ballgame. 4-2 here in the top of the third.
Walk, and then 2 runs on the double. There's the first haymaker of the game for the Mariners, and one that's much needed against a usually stingy Chatham pitching staff.
Center fielder number 23, Matt Scannell.
Chatham has given up the fewest earned runs this year of any pitching staff. Cam Maldonado, another double coming against this Anglers pitching staff. Men on second and third now, 2 outs for Matt Scannell, who drove home the other run back in the second on an RBI, fielder's choice. Witherspoon with a ball outside, 1-0. Maldonado now 7 RBIs on the summer. Big bounce back after that 3 strikeout day versus Brewster on the 4th of July. Initial offer popped high, heading right in front of the press box here on the third base side, and it collides into the bleachers. 1-1 to Scannell. Maldonado on second, Barth on third. 4-2. Harwich lead in the top of the third here. Witherspoon has the glove close to his ear, now brings it right in front of his belt buckle. The windup and the pitch. Scannell blasts it foul again towards left field. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 4-2 Mariners lead here with men on second and third in the top of the third. Those 2 runs do go against Carson Ligon, which are set to increase his 1.23 ERA. Witherspoon the delivery. Breaking ball just low. near miss evens the count at 2 apiece to Scannell.
And everybody was headed off the field that time. Scannell may have just got buckled on the breaker. One of the first true curveballs that we've seen from Witherspoon today.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Men on second and third here in the top of the third. 4-2 Harwich lead. Here's the pitch. Scannell lunging for it, gets it out of play. Stays alive here at 2-2. The batting average might not be the prettiest for Scannell at 167 coming into today, but 6 walks, 6 strikeouts, so he's not going down looking a whole lot.
Yeah, and he's put together a great at bat so far here. Pitch number 6 on the way.
Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball. Scannell was on it, but pulled it foul in right field. Keeps the count even at 2. With Maldonado on second after his RBI double. Barth on third after he had his RBI walk. Scannell, the 8th batter to come across here in the third. The 9, Ryan Weingartner, looms on deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the third. 4-2, Harwich lead. The pitch from Witherspoon. Scannell, right at short. Arquette, off balance, throw to first, and Scannell beats it out. Barth comes home to score. Another run batted in for Matt Scannell makes it 5-2 Harwich. But it is hard to ignore the great defensive effort there by Ivar Arquette.
And I think under different circumstance, he may have tried the runner at third. He was almost behind third base, and he had a runner, Cam Maldonado, in front of him breaking that way. Ultimately, that was kind of the only play that I think he could have made in that situation, and so I think that he would agree. But just despite his best efforts, Matt Scannell finally started to get into the hit column.
That's an RBI single for Scannell. That was 2 runs batted in on the game. Ryan Weingartner up for the 3rd time in as many innings. Jumps ahead in the count 1-0 on a ball high. Walked in the first, struck out looking in the second. Scannell on first, Maldonado on third. 1-0 to Weingartner. In the dirt, Scannell bolts off for second. In there standing up. Irish kept it relatively close on a pitch spiked in the dirt, but great base running by the veteran Scannell.
Yeah, just a perfect read there. That's what playing 4 years of Division I baseball will do for you. Up at second base easily. Now, if Weingartner can pop one in the outfield, that's likely 2 more runs.
5 straight batters have reached base safely for the Mariners. 2-0, Scannell on second, Maldonado on third. Breaking ball, Weingartner watches it in for a called strike. So Carson Ligon's line is closed. He'll be credited for all 5 runs there. Witherspoon, the 2-1. That's down. 3 balls and a strike to Weingartner. Pitch away from loading the bases, still with 2 outs. And the 10th hitter, Danny Dickinson, waiting on deck. Scannell on second, Maldonado on third. 3-1 count to Weingartner, 2 outs in the top of the third. The pitch is in, ball 4. Ryan Weingartner walks for the 2nd time and loads the bases. And Harwich has fully batted around this inning.
Hitter number 3, Daniel Dickinson.
The heat just keeps getting turned up. Malachi Witherspoon thrust it into an uncomfortable situation and unable to wiggle out of Ligon's original mess. Now he's created one of his own.
First 3 batters he's faced, double, single, and a walk. Bases loaded now for Danny Dickinson with 2 outs in the top of the third. 5-2 Harwich lead. And Witherspoon, that's tight in. 1-0 to Dickinson, who walked to lead off the inning. Came home to score on the RBI walk from Tommy Barth. He also singled in the first. Weingartner on first, Scannell on second, Maldonado on third. Curveball from Witherspoon is in there for a called strike against his Team USA counterpart. Both spent the last 2 weeks or so down in Cary, North Carolina, playing baseball just about every day. Would work out, then bus about an hour each way to play baseball. 1-1. Dickinson slaps it foul on the third base side. And Malachi Witherspoon just a pitch away from ending this rough inning for the Chatham pitching staff.
But Danny Dickinson, a guy who can get back from any count, and that one steered just to the left of the third base bag.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs for Dickinson. Bases loaded, the pitch from Witherspoon. Dickinson hammers this one to right center field, and that drops against the wall. In comes Maldonado. Scannell follows suit. Weingartner sprinting around third. Dickinson slides in safely with a bases clearing triple. And it's 8-2 Harwich in the top of the third. First extra base hit of the year for Danny Dickinson, and it blows this one wide open.
And that has to feel good. Finally rewarded for all of his hard contact. And that might be the at-bat of the year so far. Down in the count, bases loaded, and the wheels have fallen off now for Chatham.
Malachi Witherspoon came in a tough situation, and it's only gotten tougher. 7 runs have come across now in the inning. For Harwich, Dickinson stands 90 feet away from another run with Henry Godbout in the right-handed batter's box. Takes a curveball for strike 1. Godbout flew out to left earlier in the frame, also flew out to short in left in the first. 0-1, 2 outs, top of the third. Dickinson mashes it foul towards the Chatham bullpen in left field. Dickinson went 0 for 5 yesterday, had his first strikeout of the season, and now has reached base safely all 3 times he's been up, with 2 hits and 3 RBIs. 0-2 to Godbout, with Dickinson on third, 2 outs in the top of the third. The pitch from Witherspoon. Swing and a miss. Irish holds onto it, and that finally retires the side for Harwich. Not before the bats come alive. 7 runs in the inning for Harwich. As 11 batters come across, only 3 hits with 5 walks, and it's 8-2 Harwich, heading to the bottom of the third here on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
Bottom of the third, Olin Johnson now has a whole lot of run support after his offense put up 7 runs in the top of the inning on just 3 hits. 5 walks as well, issued by the combination of Carson Ligon and Malachi Witherspoon. Johnson, first pitch outside to third baseman Jet Johnston. So the Mariners have already batted around completely twice, as Johnson rifles in a strike over the plate, 1-1. Johnston up to bat for just the first time today, the 9-hitter in the Chatham order. Even in the count 1-1. Check swing. It was a strike anyways. 1-2 to Johnston. Just finished his freshman year at Texas A&M and is staying in the SEC, transferring to Auburn. Still looking for his first hit in Chatham. 1-2 from Johnson. Bounce to first, Anderson gloves it and steps on the bag with his right foot. First time today that Olin Johnson didn't allow a leadoff home run in an inning.
Yeah, but to his credit, outside of those two mistakes, his line's been pretty good. A walk and no other hits allowed. It has not been, not textbook efficiency up to around 45 pitches just starting here in the third, but to his credit, limiting the damage despite not having his best stuff.
2 runs on 2 hits so far for Johnson. Back to the top of the order with Austin Overn. Watches the ball go outside, 1-0. To the center fielder who took Johnson deep in the bottom of the first for his 3rd home run of the game, his 10th RBI. 1-0. This one is smacked into left center field. Caught off in center by Scannell. Overn on with a single. He's 2 for 2.
Overn dangerous as ever. Maybe it's because he's got so much more on the line being his draft-eligible season, but even at USC, always the guy to never give in, always taking his best at-bat regardless of what the scoreboard says.
Had 3 hits against Harwich last time out, including a triple and an RBI. 3 for 5 total. He's on first. Ashton Larson. Now the lefty. Up to bat for the 2nd time. Slider down in the dirt. Protected by Macon Winslow, who asks for a new baseball. Throws it back with the white arm sleeve on his right arm. With the Duke blue skull cap and the mask with the knee protectors, working with an arch rival in Olin Johnson, that Tobacco Road rivalry between Duke and UNC. Off-balance swinging miss from Larson. 1-1. He grounded out to second in the first. Overn, after his single, he's stolen 7 bases this summer already. Way high from Johnson, snared by Winslow. 7th in the league in stolen bases. The man on first for Chatham with the red sliding mitt on his left hand. 2-1 to Larson. Bounce in the dirt. Overn takes off. Winslow throws it down to short. Pops out of the glove of Weingartner. And Overn is safe. A runner in scoring position for Chatham for the first time.
And I think that even if Weingartner held on, Overn was going to beat that. He's one of the fastest players on the Cape in all. And a good read, even with Winslow getting to it quickly. No real shot at him.
The triple he hit at White House Field, he was flying around the bases. Shouldn't be surprised that he was a walk-on wide receiver for the USC football team under Lincoln Riley 2 years ago. 3-1 out of Larson with Overn on second. Johnson looks and throws. Fouled back sharply directly over our heads here. We're a little bit off center from home plate, immediately to the right of the press box here at Veterans Field, which stretches down the 3rd baseline. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out to Larson in the bottom of the 3rd. 8-2 Mariners lead. Off the end of the bat, foul. Good effort there by Godbout as it landed just beyond the Chatham dugout. Count remains full. That was ruled a wild pitch, so no stolen base for Overn. And we do the 3-2 again to Larson. Johnson standing at 6'6", 2 glances at second, now the pitch. Pumped high in the air, center field, Scannell all the way back to the warning track. He hauls it in. Overn takes off for third. Scannell to throw directly on the line, not in time. Austin Overn showing off the speed there, tagging up at third. Matt Scannell, though, showing off the arm. A pitcher all 4 years at Princeton, so he definitely has that strength, and he showed it off there.
And the ball came in right as Overn was sliding feet first into the bag. And let's keep in mind how fast this guy is. That throw, anybody else running has a shot at getting him.
Scannell played mostly center field at Princeton this past year, but has played mostly right and left, also first for Harwich this summer. Ike Irish, swinging strike, fouled it off the chest protector of Winslow. 0-1 to the Chatham catcher, grounded out to second in the first. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. 8-2 Mariners lead. Overn standing at third after a single, then advance on a wild pitch, and then tag, doing a lot of running in this inning. Johnson, that's ball down at the ankles of Irish. 1-1. Second year on the Cape for the rising junior at Auburn, was an all-star with Brewster last summer. Whiffs at the changeup. 1 and 2. 2 outs. Bottom of the third. Harwich in front of Chatham 8-2. Second meeting of the season between the two teams tied in second place in the East Division. 1-2. Down he goes. Ike Irish strikes out swinging to end the inning, and Olin Johnson gives up one hit but nothing more. No runs in the inning for Chatham, and a man stranded at third. Harwich takes an 8-2 lead to the fourth, where my partner Carson Trail takes over play-by-play duties from fourth through the seventh inning. You won't want to miss it. Jump on anywhere right here on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Hey Mariners fans, join us for First Responder Night on July 12th at 6:30 p.m. Cheer on our heroes from Harwich Police, Fire, Coast Guard, Harbor Master, and special guest State Representative Steven Zaros. Make sure to mark your calendars and come show your support for these brave men and women.
When you need to be seen for a minor illness or injury, Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is here for you with high-quality, full-service walk-in care. ER expertise meets urgent care convenience at our 6 urgent care centers, which are staffed by board-certified ER providers and located Cape-wide from Falmouth to Orleans. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is open daily and offers a cost-saving option for everything from sprains to stitches, with timely treatment in under an hour for most patients. View online wait times at capecodhealth.org/urgent care. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care. Minor emergencies, major attention.
Get your 50-50 tickets in addition to half the money. We've got
We're in the top of the fourth inning. The score is 8-2 Harwich, leading Chatham after a 7-run third inning. And the Anglers have a new man on the mound out of Georgetown, the lefty, Andrew Williams.
Williams, the lefty, first southpaw on the bump, making his Cape League debut after a strong campaign for the Hoyas. 291 ERA in 16 appearances, 65 innings pitched. And to make it all the better, he's a high school classmate of our good friend and Chatham broadcaster, Andrew Selliver, who's about a floor up from us to our left. So it's got to be cool for Andrew to see a kid he grew up with down in Atlanta on the mound here at Veterans Field in the Cape.
No easy task, thrown right into the heart of the Mariners lineup, beginning with the right-hand batting Michael Anderson. Power hitting first baseman back in the box. He awaits the first pitch. Up and inside at 82 miles an hour, ball one. Anderson not in the lineup in the first game between Harwich and Chatham. The Mariners took that one. Close game at White House Field, 4-2 the final. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball on the inside corner, 88, strike one. Today, Anderson 0 for 2. Stance slightly open. Feet just over shoulder with the part. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Off-speed pitch had him way out in front, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Harwich 8, Chatham 2, top of the fourth. Anderson leading things off. The 2-2 from Williams. Inside, and it hits him. Anderson wore that one off his elbow guard, quick to jog to first, and he's aboard in a 2-strike count. Plate appearance resulting in a hit by pitch.
Every single inning so far for Harwich has started with a runner on base, and now all but one batter for the Mariners has reached base safely. So only in the top of the fourth. A pretty impressive start for Steve Englert's offense.
Now Macon Winslow, the catcher and right-hand batter. Williams looks at Anderson. Now the pitch. Swing, ground ball to second, hit softly. Lodis comes in, sidearms to second for one, and that's all they get. Arquette stretching off the bag like a first baseman, manages to field a high throw. It's a fielder's choice, and now Macon Winslow replaces Anderson now with one away.
Had the potential for a double play ball, but Lodi's a little inaccurate, too high on the throw to Arquette. Made it more difficult for him to try to beat Winslow out at first.
Up next, Cade Kurland. He's reached in 2 trips, a single and a walk, scoring both times. The first pitch, breaking ball low and inside for ball 1. 8 runs on only 5 hits for Harwich, 2 runs, 3 hits for Chatham. 2 of the 3 knocks for the Anglers have been home runs. And Harwich has cashed in on many, many walks from a traditionally stingy staff. The 1-0, swinging a pop-up off the first base side, playable for Cantwell, who's got it. Out number 2. First time that Kurland has been retired, and that'll bring up Tommy Barth.
The left fielder, number 15, Tommy Barth.
Barth, the rising senior, passed school at East Tennessee State, but he's in the portal. Couple of schools in the running for him to earn his talents, but he's to pay a visit to Kansas tomorrow. 2 outs, man at first. The pitch, change up on the outside corner, strike 1 called. Infield's playing Bart straight away. The second baseman, Lodis, is pulled a couple of steps toward the middle. Big hole in the right side. First baseman holding on Anderson. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 2 straight off-speed pitches, and that one made Barth jump. It's 0-2.
Off-speed, Tommy Barth very disciplined in the batter's box. Not someone that you really catch off guard like that, so strong pitch from the lefty Williams.
Williams checks first. Now the 0-2. Swinging a high pop-up foul off toward the playground. Still no balls and 2 strikes. As the sun sets, the suffocating layer of fog continues to bear down, the sky slowly darkening into a shade of slate gray. Sullen conditions, but still a very warm evening here in Chatham. The 0-2. Swing a high pop fly on the infield. Lodis at second base pedals onto the outfield grass and makes the one-hand grab to retire the side. Finally, an inning goes by where the Mariners don't get a hit, but they still lead 8-2 as we go to the bottom of the 4th on the Harwich Mariners Network.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
We're in the last of the 4th inning. The score is Harwich 8 and Chatham 2. Second of 5 matchups between these 2 division opponents. They are knotted up in the standings, each entering at 9-9, at second place in the East Division. Olin Johnson still out there The righty up against the cleanup man, John Bay. Dangerous right-hand batter. This year against Harwich, entering this game, he was 1 for 1 with a pitch hit single. First pitch. Swinging a topper foul up the third base side toward the Anglers' dugout, strike one. Bay out of Austin P. Standing a sturdy 6'1", 215 pounds. The pitch, very high, 91-mile-an-hour fastball above his eyes. It's 1-1.
When you mentioned power, Carson, he ended the regular season this past spring at Austin P with 24 homers, which was just one shy of the program's single-season record.
1-1, swing and a miss. 90-mile-an-hour fastball above the hands. It's 1-2. Gentle pull shift on for the right-hand batting Bay. Curland at second is pulled toward the middle. The 1-2 from Johnson. Check swing on a ball high. No need for an appeal down to Joe Labella, the first base umpire. 2-2. Mariners with a 6-1 lead. No reason not to challenge him. The pitch, high and tight. Breaking ball didn't snap back toward the zone. 3-2. Bay, Arquette, and Cantwell. 4-5-6 due for the Anglers. The payoff from Johnson. Very high, ball 4. Second walk allowed by the righty out of North Carolina. And now Ivar Arquette up, who homered in his first at-bat.
He's already shown off his glove a few times today, and now getting it going with the bat as well. He is a very impressive player that I'm sure is going to make his school very happy if they can poach him in the portal.
Arquette just wrapped up his sophomore year at Washington. Right the first pitch in the dirt. Nice block by Winslow, ball 1. Arquette, his former head coach, just departed. Jason Kelly moved to Texas A&M. Is now Steve Englert out from the first base dugout wanting to talk things over. Lefty getting loose in the bullpen for the Mariners. It looks like Bryson Bales. A lot of arms available in the pen today. 1-0 to count. Nobody out. Runner at first in the 4th inning. 8-2. Harwich with the lead. Arquette, the man up. Skyler, you mentioned a very talented player who can do it on both sides of the ball. In 2024, an all Pac-12 selection and to the all-defensive team. One of 3 position players to make both.
Owen, your good friend Owen Cobb there.
Yeah. Owen Cobb just finished up his 5th year at Stanford, and then Caleb Lomavita, who's set to be taken in the top 2 rounds out of Cal. Arquette back in the box, towering 6'4" frame over Winslow, the catcher. The pitch in the dirt. The count 2-0. That time a breaking ball missing from Johnson. Infield playing for a pair. The third baseman, Godbat, is playing deep and behind the line. The pitch on the way. Bounced foul over toward the dugout. The Anglers manager, Jeremy Sheetinger, tried to barehand it but dropped it. Sure, that'll earn him a few chirps from the faithful up and the players up along the blue railing of the home dugout. 2 balls, 1 strike. Johnson kicks and fires. Swinging a foul straight back. The count now 2-2 to the Anglers shortstop. Bay started this inning with the walk. Johnson hoping to get back in the zone. Walked 2 this game, struck out 1, and allowed 2 homers, which have accounted for both of the Anglers' offensive output. The 2-2. Swinging another ground ball, foul up over the Chatham dugout. Count remains even.
A lot of contact from Olin Johnson. Only 1 strikeout, 2 walks, and 3 hits. But ground outs, flyouts. People are making contact, but the good thing for the Mariners is they're not putting it in play.
Fastball only at 90 miles an hour will really increase once he grows into his 6'6" frame. The 2-2. Bounce foul again. Macon Winslow springs up out of his crouch to barehand it, but it hit off of Arquette's front shin. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mariners 8, Anglers 2, last of the 4th. Veterans field still crowded despite the gloomy conditions overhead. Johnson sets. Now he deals. Runner takes off. Pitches swung on and dribbled out in front of home plate. It trickles foul where it's picked up by Winslow. And I think he was smart to let that one spin its way into the lefty box before putting a hand on it.
Absolutely, because, yeah, sure, you could have had the out there at first, but you would have had a runner in scoring position, just one out, and now you still have a chance to get Arquette out, maybe even get Bay out as well, a double play, perhaps, going back to your point about how good this defense is at getting double plays. So making Winslow, smart player there behind the plate.
Still 2-2 to Arquette. Twirls the bat a couple of times and settles in the righty box. The pitch. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of Winslow. Strike three.
Now batting for the Anglers, the first
Second strikeout in as many innings for Johnson. And there's one gone for Luke Cantwell.
And that's exactly why that pays off. Winslow not touching the ball.
welcome back.
Trust in Johnson. He strikes out Arquette and goes out of this game on a high note.
And the University of Maine
Steve Englert out of the first base dugout.
Steve, Laura, and
That final batter will likely earn Johnson a pat on the back as he departs. We'll have more on the lefty coming in from the right field bullpen in just a moment. For now, we're going to go to break. It's 8-2 Harwich leading on the Harwich Mariners Network.
White House Field or cheering from home, gear up with some official Harwich Mariners merchandise. Order online or visit our booth behind home plate. See you soon, and roll NERS. Hey Mariners fans, join us for First Responder Night on July 12th at 6:30 p.m. Cheer on our heroes from Harwich Police, Fire, Coast Guard, Harbor Master, and special guest State Representative Steven Zaros. Make sure to mark your calendars and come show your support for these brave men and women.
New pitcher for the Mariners, it's the lefty Bryson Bales, the setup man out of Hendrix College, a Division III school. So far for the Mariners, he does not have a decision in 3 games. 3.2 innings, 2 strikeouts, and 3 hits allowed, but no walks. First up, the lefty Cantwell, who bends out of the way of a first pitch fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. The score is 8-2 Harwich leading here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Mariners making their first change. Anglers, after allowing 7 in the 3rd, have made 2 pitching changes. The 1-0, high and tight. 2 balls, no strikes. Bay is at first with 1 out. Big hole in the right side. The infield at double play depth, and Anderson holding on Bay. Lefty against lefty. Bales the high set. Now the pitch. Breaking ball just misses. It's 3-0. Or 2-0. Check that, 3 balls and no strikes. Scoreboard a bit behind here. The pitch to Cantwell, runner goes. It is high and tight, nearly takes his head off. Cantwell bent out of the way, and it was ball 4 anyway, so just He goes down to first one way or another. Perhaps a little bit of rust for Bales, who hasn't appeared in quite a while.
I did appear earlier this week against Wareham on Tuesday. Pitched an inning and 2/3, which was his longest outing of the year. But before that, you're right, it was a very long time before he'd appeared. And Bales was a starter at Hendricks this past spring, but his transition to, like you said, kind of a setup guy, really solid velocity. He's been a really exciting pitcher to watch coming out of the bullpen for Harwich.
Now the right-hand batting Kyle Lodis. First pitch in the dirt, kicks off and away from Winslow toward the third base dugout. Cantwell moves to second, Bay moves to third, and with one away, Anglers a chance to get back in this game with a big hit. That was a breaking ball and a scud, in the words of any pitcher. All of a sudden, Lodis can contribute to the Anglers' offensive effort without a hit. He's 0 for 1 today, popping out at his only plate trip. The pitch, fastball, called strike one. Mariners up 6 in the bottom of the fourth. They've lost 3 games in a row, hoping to snap out of it as the pitch is up and away. Their 3-game streak, or losing streak, is the longest of the season, down at 500 for the first time since the 16th of June. Chatham just had a 4-game win streak snapped yesterday against Falmouth. The 2-1. Lodis takes low and inside, ball 3. Both teams tied for second place in the East Division. Harwich's next division matchup comes at Orleans 3 days from now. Off day tomorrow, then they host Hyannis. The 3-1 from Bales. Fastball. A late called strike 2 on the inside corner at 90 miles an hour.
That walk to Cantwell was Bales' first in 3 2/3 inning of work, so control has been a bit of an issue for him coming out of the pen today.
Bay at third, Cantwell at second, 1 out. The payoff, swing, bounce to third. Check that behind shortstop. Weingartner backhands it and drops it. We're going to see how they score this. Lodis, a fast runner. But in to score John Bay. Cantwell held at second. So runners at first and second with 1 out, and it's 8-3 Harwich ahead. They ruled out a base hit, at least for the time being. So Lodis credited with the run batted in. Chatham on the board for the first time since the second inning against Bales. Up next, Davis, as he takes in the dirt, it bounces in front of home plate, 1 hop to the backstop. So Bales continues to be very wild. Cantwell ahead to third, Lodis to second with 1 out.
Harwich is lucky that it has a 5-run lead as of right now, because Bales just looks uncharacteristic. Had a phenomenal year this past year at Hendricks, all-conference first team, 4.21 ERA, but not looking like himself.
The pitch misses high. 2 balls and no strikes. Jaden Davis lined into a double play his first trip against the Mariners this year. He's 0 for 3. 0 for 4 if you count today. The 2-0. Swinging a number off of Winslow, foul, as he gingerly gets up from his crouch and rolls the baseball, discarding it toward Chatham's dugout. 8 runs, 5 hits. Only 5 hits for the Mariners. 3 runs, 4 hits for Chatham. Runners at second and third, 1 out here in the last of the fourth. The pitch on the way. Breaking ball and a called strike 2. That one snapped about belt high. The count's now even. Infield's playing back. Mariners with a 5-run lead. Bales kicks and deals. Curveball just outside, and that runs the count full. Last thing you want to do is put guys on for 3 when your team has a 5-run lead. Jet Johnson, the 9th man, is on deck, but then it's the top of the order. The pitch. Swinging a bouncer foul toward the backstop off to the left. Still 3-2. Johnston on deck, and then it's Austin Overn, who's 2 for 2 and has really killed the Mariners this year. The payoff. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. first strikeout for Bales comes at an opportune time, and there are two away for the ninth place hitter, Jet Johnston.
Say that again, Carson. Bales has a really solid, underrated fastball that's probably in the mid-90s, and he just pulled the string on that breaking ball, caught Davis off guard, got him out front swinging, and a much-needed second out for this Harwich pitching staff.
Now Johnson up, right-hand batter, standing feet shoulder width apart. The first pitch, swinging a high pop fly out of play off to the right side. 2 on, 2 out for the Anglers, who trail 8-3 here in the bottom of the fourth. Johnston, quiet year at Texas A&M, will return to the SEC. Part of Auburn, featured teammate of Mariner Bristol Carter. The 0-1, up and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Johnston, highly touted prospect out of Nederland, Texas. Only hit 188 for the Aggies this past year. The 1-1. Check swing on a breaking ball. No swing, no call. Always waiting for that late strike call from home plate ump Jeffrey Mertzel. And it's 2-1. Bales sets shoulder height with 2 on and 2 out. The 2-1. Swinging a foul out of play off to the right-hand side. Johnston this year for the Anglers started 0 for 14. He bounced out in his previous trip. He does not have a hit for Chatham this year. The righty awaits. Bales 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Got him with the breaking ball at the knees, and the side is retired. Chatham gets 1 charge to Olin Johnson, but Bryson Bales sprains 2 more. We go to the 5th. It is Harwich 8, Chatham 3 on the Mariners Media Network.
When you need to be seen for a minor illness or injury, Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is here for you with high-quality, full-service walk-in care. ER expertise meets urgent care convenience at our 6 urgent care centers, which are staffed by board-certified ER providers and located Cape-wide from Falmouth to Orleans. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is open daily and offers a cost-saving option for everything from sprains to stitches, with timely treatment in under an hour for most patients. View online wait times at capecodhealth.org/urgent care. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care. Minor emergencies, major attention.
Chatham Anglers jerseys.
8-3 Mariners with the lead over the Anglers as we begin the top half of the 5th inning. The lefty Andrew Williams back out there out of Georgetown. He faces Maldonado, Scannell, and the top of the order. The bottom of the order has really produced well for the Mariners today. Maldonado a 2-run double, and then Scannell with 2 driven in of his own. First pitch, the righty batter is on the way. Maldonado bounces one past the dive of Johnson at third base hit left field. So Maldonado immediately has his second hit, and now the center fielder, Matt Scannell.
Another leadoff base hit for the Mariners, and for them it causes trouble for the Chatham defense. Cam Maldonado, only 3 stolen bases so far this season, but I said it earlier, 28 this past spring at Northeastern, 32 as freshman here. This is a guy that absolutely loves to run.
All of a sudden, the fog has taken on more layers above us, coming down as low as the netting above home plate as the first pitch is very high. Irish jumps out of his crouch and snags it before it sailed to the backstop. Ball 1 to Matt Scannell, a left-hand batter. Scannell, a two-way player, standing an even 6 foot, 210 pounds. Just finished up his undergraduate years at Princeton. Will head to Wake Forest as the 1-0 is down and outside, 2-0. Scannell, a veteran Mariner, has had multi-hit games and back-to-back games for the first time this year. Already 1 for 2 today. Stolen base and 2 driven in. The lefty Williams holds, checks on first. Now he comes home with the 2-0. Scannell shows bunt, pulls back, and takes a called strike on the outside corner. 8-3 Mariners, top of the 5th. Both teams tied for second place in the East Division. The Mariners have lost 3 in a row and come home to face Hyannis 2 days from now. The 2-1. Breaking ball, strike 2 called. Scannell didn't like it. Cox is headed first and then exchanges a nod with home plate umpire Jeff Mertzel. 2-2. Maldonado at first. Nobody out, infield at double play depth. The pitch to Scannell. Maldonado runs. The pitch is up and in. The throw to second base on the bounce is in and out of the glove of Arquette covering the bag. So Maldonado swipes his first base of the day. And Scannell bends out of the way of what was the 2-2 pitch. Now it's 3-2.
It was a solid throw from Irish, given the circumstances. A pitch up at the head of Scannell looked like it was timely. Just Arquette popped out of his glove, so he couldn't apply the tag in time.
Maldonado at second now with nobody out. And now catcher Ike Irish out to talk with the lefty. Around the league, a few results have been finalized, but some games still going on. Brewster still leads Orleans at Stony Brook Field 4-3, which would be their first victory over the Firebirds this year. Catuit and Hyannis are tied at 4 in the bottom of the 9th inning. The set by Williams. Now the payoff. Scannell bounced one on the ground to short. Nice high hop for Arquette, who throws to first just in time. Scannell set down. Maldonado advances to third with 1 away.
A productive out, though. You get Maldonado at second with no outs, and Scannell able to move him over to third. So now the top of your order is up, and you have a speedster standing 90 feet away.
Ryan Weingartner up now. Walked in 2 trips this year, infield in, as the first pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. No problem for Irish to apprehend. 8-3 Mariners, top half of the 5th inning. The Mariners 1-4 in the month of July. Trying to get their second win of the season against the A's. The 1-0 pitch. Weingartner takes a strike. Fastball at 87 miles an hour. Jeremy Sheetinger playing things conservatively. Offense has dwindled for the A's. All 4 infielders right on the edge of the grass. The 1-1. Check swing on a breaking ball low. Appeal to first base. Weingartner did not go around. 2 balls and 1 strike. Yesterday, Weingartner homered and walked against YD. 2 for 4 effort. Reaching base twice again for the second straight. The 2-1. In the dirt, ball 3. Williams took something off the breaking ball. That one only at 77. And Ryan Weingartner, certainly a guy that does not like to expand.
No, I mean, the strikeout numbers and walk numbers are almost equal, but also he's performed well against Chatham last time out. 2 for 4 with a home run as well, 3 RBIs, so he knows this team well.
Here's the 3-1. Swing and a pop-up. Back behind home plate. It is out of play. The catcher, Irish, couldn't even see the ball as it went up.
Fogg is now moving with some speed, looking like Cam Maldonado on the base pass now, rolling in from left field, and it almost has completely occupied the direct overhead area above Veterans Field.
Yeah, the fog goes right down to the top of the netting behind home plate. Floodlights still on and taking effect. Visible for now. The payoff to Weingartner. He takes high ball 4. Third walk of the game for the Mariners shortstop. Now runners at the corners with 1 out for Danny Dickinson, the man of the game so far.
You could say that again, Carson. 2 for 2, 3 RBIs with that bases clearing triple. You know he's a special baseball player when you saw him playing left field yesterday for the first time ever, and he kind of didn't necessarily look quite like a natural, but he looked pretty good out there, didn't make any mistakes, and he's just got this aura around him, if you will, that he carries himself with and shows it, you know, when you're interacting with him and in the batter's box. He's got a very bright future in the game of baseball.
Williams kicks and fires. Breaking ball very high, ball one. Dickinson, as we talked about, his intangibles off the charts. Bleached blonde hair, peeking out the back of his matte red helmet. Team USA arm sleeve in navy blue on his right arm. Runners at the corners, 1 out. The pitch on the way, up and away. 2-0. 8 runs, 6 hits for the Mariners. 3 runs, 4 hits for the Anglers. Mariners at 500 for the first time since the 16th of June. Trying to win tonight in their first trip to Veterans Field. The 2-0 will have to wait, kick and throw to first. Weingartner back safely with the dive. Maldonado at third, started the inning off with a single, stole the base and advanced on a productive out from Matt Scannell. Weingartner is at first, 1 away. The 2-0 to Dickinson. He pops one foul. Beyond the backstop, out of play, 2-1. Andrew Williams. The lefty in for a second inning of work. Hit a man, but stranded him at first. More efficient than either Ligon or Witherspoon, his predecessors. The 2-1. Swinging a soft chopper up the third base side, foul. Two and two. Henry Godbout, the only Mariner not to reach base safely, is on deck. Dickinson digs back in, the very back of the box. The speedster, navy blue sliding mitt peeking out of his back pocket. Williams sets. Readies, checks on first, and he comes home. Swinging a pop-up on the infield. What will the wind and the fog do with this? The second baseman, Lodis, is under it, and he's got it for a very difficult second out of the inning. Boy, that one just about disappeared, Skyler.
You're telling me, with the white baseball and the fog, it definitely was invisible for about a second or two. Really impressive stuff from Kyle Lodis. Tracking it the whole way, seeing it into his glove, made it look super easy when definitely was not.
Harwich up 5 with 2 gone and runners at the corners, 5th inning. Now Henry Godbout up. The righty awaits, has a pickoff move to first. Weingartner, who walked, is back in standing. Henry Godbout, powerful right-hand batter. Went to boarding school in Tennessee after growing up in Brooklyn. Yesterday, a 1-for-4 day. Here's the pitch. Check swing, breaking ball inside, ball one. Godbout, a guy with effortless power to all fields.
You've shown it off, even when it's an out, it goes a long way. He's got such underrated power, just waiting for him to unleash it.
Now the 1-0 pitch. He smashes one, fair, past the third base bag, down the left field line. Maldonado scores. Weingartner races to third. He's being waved home. Here comes the throw. It is way offline and cut off. A double. Henry Godbout comes through and extends the Mariner lead to 10-3.
You knew when he was the only batter yet to reach base safely, that was going to change pretty soon, especially against a lefty pitcher. Henry Godbout is just simply too good, Carson. He hit 372 at Virginia this past spring, and he's off to a scorching start, 290 through 8 games with Harwich. He's, simply put, he's just too good to go hitless in a game like that, and comes through in a big spot with a 2-run double perfectly placed down the left field line.
The Mariners pouring it on for the second time this July. The Mercy ruled Brewster ahead of the 4th. And now they're up 10-3, approaching that territory. Now the first pitch to Michael Anderson is fouled off the hands to the right side out of play. Anderson does not have a hit. He and The man behind him, Macon Winslow, have reached base safely but do not have knocks. Right-hand batter with lots of power. Williams looks at second. The pitch. Swinging a hard ground ball to third. Johnston has it. He winds up and throws high across to first, but Cantwell keeps his foot on the bag in time for out number 3. Anderson upset with himself as he slowly walks towards the first base dugout. The score is 10-3 as we're halfway home at Veterans Field on the Mariners Media Network as we talk about the next 3 games. Tomorrow, or on Tuesday, July 9th, Harwich hosts Hyannis at White House Field. After that, on the 10th, it's at Orleans. The day after that, they return to Veterans Field to make up the game rained out earlier here against Chatham. Those are the next 3 games. Once again, in this one, it's Harwich 10, Chatham 3 on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
We welcome you back to Veterans Field, home of the Chatham Anglers. The score is Harwich 10, Chatham 3, as we're halfway done here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Bryson Bales still out there, the left-hander for the Mariners. He's facing the top of the order, beginning with the very dangerous Austin Overn.
Leading off for the Anglers, the center fielder from USC.
Overn, a left-hand batter, just as much speed as power in his draft-eligible season. Today, he is 2 for 2. With a solo home run to start the offense for the Anglers, and a single. 10-3 the score with 2 across in the top half of this frame for the Mariners. Bale's typically a high leverage guy, going for a shutdown inning. The first pitch, Overn takes a called strike on the inside corner. Austin Overn out of USC. Southern California native. Set the program record in single-season triples as a freshman. Here's the 1-0, or the 0-1. It's on the outside corner for a called strike 2.
Bale's coming out a lot stronger than he did last inning. He's a little shaky with control, but against a solid lefty bat and over, and he's come in, thrown 2 great pitches.
Only appropriate that the Trojans' triples leader tripled in his last game against the Mariners, as the pitch is a bounding ball out towards short. To his backhand side, Weingartner winds up, throws to first, just in time. Nice play for Ryan Weingartner, and there's 1 gone for Ashton Larson.
And he had to get rid of that so quickly. I mean, that was a routine groundout, really, and Austin Overn was out by maybe half a step. He is lightning quick. Weingartner's got a really strong arm on him, and he had to probably throw with all his might there to beat out Overn.
Overn set down to begin the frame. Now Ashton Larson, a left-hand batter. Bales comes home. Swing and a miss. Might be the best breaking ball that Bales has thrown today for strike 1. Larson, 0 for 2 today with the bounce out and a fly out. 10-3 Mariners lead last of the 5th. The 0-1. Check swing on a ball in the dirt. No appeal, no swing. Left on left, Bales sets middle of the mound. Cone of the glove facing skyward as the 1-1 is just below the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike. The Mariners with a 7-run lead on only 7 hits. The difference in this game coming in one frame as the pitch is a called strike 2 on the outside corner. In that third inning, 7 runs on only 3 hits, but 5 walks. I bet to the Mariners in one of their biggest frames of the month. Now the 2-2. Larson checks his swing on a ball in the dirt, low and outside, 3-2.
5 walks is the most by the Mariners in an inning this season since opening day against Katuitt, which ended in a 13-2 Mercy Rule victory.
3-2. Bales comes home. Swing and a miss on the ball in the dirt. It goes to the backstop. Winslow chases after it, and Larson reaches base safely. So the third strikeout for Bales is a wild pitch, and Larson aboard with only 1 man out ahead of Ike Irish.
Unfortunate break for Bales. Gets a swing and miss on a pitch way in front of the plate and just got away from Winslow. So Shorty's got the strikeout to his name, but now a runner on and just 1 out.
Here's Ike Irish now. Left-hand batting catcher out of Auburn. 10-3 Mariners, last of the 5th. Bales, the left-hander, checks on Larson. Now he comes home. Breaking ball in the inside corner, strike 1 call. Mariners ahead, hoping to snap a 3-game losing streak, their longest of the year. Seeing them fall back to 500 as the pitch. Swing and a miss. Ramped the heater up to 91 and got strike 2. Infield's double play depth. The first baseman Anderson holding on Larson. Not a running situation, but he's got 2 steals as the 0-2 is a pop-up foul behind us into the trees. The fog here at Veterans Field has subsided. A once blustery evening. Clouds still thick above our heads. But it looks like this game might be played to the duration. The 0-2. Swinging a high pop fly up into the clouds in foul ground on the third base side. Godbout runs out of room and it drops foul toward the Chatham bullpen. It's tough for us to see down that angle. I think he had about a step before he reached the wall, but tough angle for him and the left fielder Barth. So it falls and it's still 0-2.
Tough play for Godbout, especially when the ball goes into the clouds. I think even if it was a sunny day out, I don't know if he would have made that play.
The 0-2. One more time. Swinging a foul towards us. Irish hangs in there. John Bay on deck would be next. Irish, feet nearly together in the lefty box, open stance. Hands by his shoulder, the pitch. Swing high, drive to right field, deep. Maldonado racing back, looks up, and it's gone. A 2-run home run for Ike Irish. The 3rd long ball of the day for the Anglers. And now the deficit is 10-5, Harwich leading here in the 5th inning. Second homer as an A for Ike Irish. And now all of a sudden that drop third strike has turned into a run.
Exactly. I mean, you never want to give up a home run, but especially now, 5-run game could be even a 6-run game. That drop strike could be costly for this Harwich defense. And Ike Irish, great job lefty on lefty, pulling it all the way to right field. Just snuck over that 314-foot wall.
Now it's the righty, John Bay. The first pitch, he takes a fastball, called strike 1 at the knees. Bay, one official at bat, he walked and scored a run in the previous inning. His feet are nearly together deep in the righty box. Big leg kick as the pitch is a called strike 2 on the inside corner at 90 miles an hour. Bryson Bales. Southpaw out there, second arm of the day for the Mariners. Righty getting loose in the pen down the right field side. The 0-2. Swinging a foul straight back. Bay up with Arquette to follow. Bales digs back into the mound. Comes set. working from the stretch. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. No drop third strike that time. Fourth punch out of the day, and the third swinging for Bales, and there are two gone here in the fifth.
His fastball isn't overpowering, but I think when he showed that good breaking ball, it's catching the hitters off guard, so they're watching out for him. Then he gets him with that low 90s fastball. Strong swing and miss from Bay there.
2 outs, nobody on. 2 in for Chatham here in the fifth inning. Here's the first pitch. Breaking ball down and outside to Iva Arquette. 1 ball and no strikes. 10-5, Harwich with the lead. 2 runs for either side in this fifth inning. For the Mariners, it's Winslow, Kurland, and Barth, the 5-6-7, as the 1-0 is fouled back for strike 1. Iva Arquette, so far today, has homered and struck out of Kailua, Hawaii. The 1-1. Swinging a foul tip off the glove of Winslow to the backstop, strike 2. Arquette, out of St. Louis High School, teammates with prospective Major League draft pick Caleb Lomavita. Another thing he shares with Lomavita, all Pac-12 defense and first team all Pac-12, as the pitch is popped up behind first base in foul ground. A long run for Anderson. He reaches up and he can't get it. With his back to the infield, he got leather to it, but could not hang on.
Would have been a really special play, running, looking over his shoulder, kind of like a wide receiver, reeling in a pass. Tough play, though. Going back to your point about St. Louis, a school that is bred athletes, probably the top athletic school out on Hawaii. Some notable alumni include Heisman Trophy winner Marcus Mariota and Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. So a lot of great athletes come out of that school in Hawaii.
Arquette takes outside. A ball, 2 strikes. 10 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Mariners. 5 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Chatham. Last of the fifth. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Bales strikes out 3 in the inning, but allows the 2-run homer after one of them was a drop third strike. 2 in the frame for the Anglers. We go to the 6th. It is Harwich 10, Chatham 5 on the Mariners Media Network.
Hey Mariners fans, whether you're at White House Field or cheering from home, gear up with some official Harwich Mariners merchandise. Order online or visit our booth behind home plate. See you soon, and roll NERS. Hey Mariners fans, join us for First Responder Night on July 12th at 6:30 p.m. Cheer on our heroes from Harwich Police, Fire, Coast Guard, Harbor Master, and special guest State Representative Steven Zaros. Make sure to mark your calendars and come show your support for these brave men and women.
When you need to be seen for a minor illness or injury, Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is here for you with high-quality, full-service walk-in care. ER expertise meets urgent care convenience at our 6 urgent care centers, which are staffed by board-certified ER providers and located Cape-wide from Falmouth to Orleans. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is open daily and offers a cost-saving option for everything from sprains to stitches, with timely treatment in under an hour for most patients. View online wait times at capecodhealth.org/urgent care. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care. Minor emergencies, major attention.
Also check out the Chatham Anglers Twitter feed.
We're in the top of the 6th inning, a 10-5 lead for the Harwich Mariners over Chatham. Foggy evening here at Veterans Field. It's the kind of night where you're almost in a sauna.
That's a good way to describe it, Carson. It really feels like that, and with the way the Harwich bats are working, only 7 hits, but it definitely has the heat. They've been hot enough for it to be a sauna.
I was referring more to the muggy temperature and fog, a thick layer on top of our heads. But yeah, both can be true. It's Winslow, Kurland, and Barth up against the new pitcher, a lefty, who goes by the name of Cam Johnson. Johnson just transferred from LSU to Oklahoma, a very highly touted recruit out of IMG Academy. Maryland native, standing a healthy 6'5", 251 pounds.
Yeah, one of the top college prospects, supposed to be next year in the draft, is eligible as a sophomore. He was a 20th round pick last year by the Cardinals coming out of high school, but underperformed this year in Baton Rouge. 13 games, he had a 12 ERA, giving up 12 runs on 5 hits in 9 innings with 15 walks and 13 strikeouts. Maybe has a chance to turn things around, get some momentum heading to Norman in his Cape League debut.
Johnson drafted in the 20th round in 2023 by the St. Louis Cardinals. But that's really because his commitment to LSU was so strong.
Right, he probably would have gone like 10 at least rounds higher, maybe 20 rounds higher.
Yeah, he was one of the best graduating seniors to sign with the school this past year. He faces Macon Winslow, right-hand batting catcher for the Mariners. He has walked today and reached on a fielder's choice, 0 for 2 officially. Entered hitting .265. The windup and the first pitch. Winslow swings and misses. Easy 96 miles an hour at the upper part of the zone, 0-1.
Well, that's why he was the number 2 left-handed pitcher in the country coming out of high school, number 11 player overall. He's got some really elite stuff.
The 0-1. Way low and outside. Missed badly there. A ball and a strike. 10-5 Harwich leads, 6th inning. Mariners at Veterans Field for the first time of 2 trips this week. Now the 1-1 to Winslow. Check swing on a fastball outside. Late appeal, no swing. The Mariners make up a game on July 11th against the Anglers that was rained out a couple of weeks ago. The 2-1. Winslow takes a breaking ball on the outside corner, called strike 2. Winslow digs back in. White arm sleeve down to his white batting gloves on his wrist. The pitch. Low and inside, ball 3. Winslow, back of the righty box. Feet just over shoulder width apart. Left foot on his toe as the payoff. Way outside and low, ball 4. Johnson stumbled as he went down the hill. And a leadoff walk for the Mariners, another time with the leadoff man aboard. I think that's the 5th straight inning, or 6th.
It's happened every single time. Every single inning has had a leadoff base runner, which is really eye-popping. And most of them have come by, or a combination of them have come with walks. Harwich has gotten a lot of free passes today from Chatham pitchers.
First pitch sails to the backstop. Cade Kurland didn't even move in the box, and Winslow advances to second. To your point, Skyler, the Mariners have walked 9 times this game. That is up there with our season highs at least. Kurland up in the count 1-0. The second baseman singled and walked, scoring twice. Winslow off his second with nobody out. 10-5 the lead here in the 6th inning. The pitch to Kurland. Breaking ball low and in, nearly hits him in the back foot. 2-0 to the Mariners' second baseman. Johnson sets. The lefty checks on Winslow and deals. Fastball outside, 3-0. Johnson, such a big guy. Easy 6'5", 251 pounds. The 3-0. Fastball, low, ball 4. Back-to-back walks in the 10th of the game that the Mariners have drawn today.
And you said it was up there in terms of season totals, and it is. That just tied the season high in walks, set again just the other day against Brewster in that 13-2 Mercy Rule victory.
And despite that game ending in Mercy Rule fashion, it's a bit of a closer finish, shaping up at least, as Tommy Bart steps in, right-hand batter. Johnson deals. Breaking ball in the dirt for ball 1. It's 10-5. Mariners the lead. 2 runs for each team in the pass frame. Top of the 6th, 2 on, none out. The pitch. Barth takes a fastball at the low part of the zone for strike 1. Johnson back on the mound. If he turned his shoulders square and dropped the ball from where his arm hung, it would be halfway down the mound. That broad-shouldered of a gentleman as the 1-0. Swinging a flare foul off the right side, out of play. Guy you typically see behind the gridiron at tight end.
And he's going to good enough football schools where he probably could do both.
From LSU to Oklahoma. The 1-2 pitch to Barth. Just low. Fastball at 94, missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Winslow at second, Curland at first, nobody out. Big hole in the right side with the second baseman Lodis holding. The pitch. Swinging a foul straight back. Still 2-2. Barth walked twice today and popped out. He appeared in that Mercy Rule game against Brewster and had the swing of the game, a grand slam. The 2-2 pitch. Just low again. And now Barth has run it full.
2 really close pitches from Johnson. Both at the bottom of the zone, but Jeff Mertzel saying it's just down. Close misses.
The long hold. A look at second and the payoff. Low and inside ball 4. He battles back and works the walk. And that sets a new season high. 3rd straight walk to begin Johnson's outing. And the 11th of the game that the Anglers have issued. And this was a pitching staff that this month had allowed fewer walks than anybody.
They've allowed the 3rd fewest walks in the entire league season-wide. It has been completely unlike this team to walk as many batters as they have. Control seems to definitely be an issue, but you also have to give credit, especially in that at-bat, to Tommy Barth and the rest of the Harwich hitters for staying so disciplined.
So a mound visit here. Pitching coach Eric Beatty out from the third base dugout. It's 10-5 Harwich the lead over Chatham. Second of 5 season matchups between these teams. Knotted at 500 and at second place in the East Division. Looking at our out-of-town scores, Wareham took care of division-leading YD, so the winner of this game moves up a game on the Red Sox. The score was 7-3 at Red Wilson. New pitcher coming in. We'll stay here with you briefly as we recap the rest of the out-of-town scores. Brewster finally beat Orleans 4-3 at Stony Brook Field, their first win over the Firebirds this year. Falmouth dropped the game to Bourne. The Braves are playing very well. They just beat Harwich the other day at Doran Park. 7-2 the final score. The Commodores now 6-13. One final game to report. Katuitt beat Hyannis in extra innings 7-4. The Mariners play Hyannis in their next game 2 days from today. Brief pause ahead of the pitching change. It's 10-5. Harwich leads Chatham with the bases loaded and nobody out in the 6th inning on the Harwich Mariners Network.
Here at the State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
It's the 5th pitcher of the day for the Anglers, who trail the Mariners by 10-5 in the top of the 6th inning. Harwich has the bases loaded with nobody out after Cam Johnson walked them all. To start this frame, Chance Cox, the 3rd straight lefty out of the pen and out of Austin P. He faces Cam Maldonado, who doubled home 2 runs and is 2 for 3.
Yeah, Maldonado, another chance to really push this one to its limits. That 2-run double went right down the left field line, and now facing the advantageous lefty for the righty Maldonado. Big opportunity to show off the power as well.
Infield comes in for the A's, all 4 infielders with their toes on the grass. First pitch, Maldonado takes very high and outside at 89 miles an hour, ball 1. Winslow, Kurland, and Barth, the runners from 3rd to 1st. None gone in the inning. Cox looks in, left arm dangling by his side. Comes set at the belt, and he deals. Strike 1 called, fastball in the outside corner. Maldonado, right-hand batter. More speed than power. Does not have a home run this year for the Mariners. A double and a single today and a stolen base. 2 for 3 with 2 driven in. The 1-1. Breaking ball, just low. Cam Maldonado did not enter into the transfer portal this year, and he certainly had a case to do so. Had a hot streak with the Mariners. Average enters at 244. The 2-1. Swinging a pop fly out of play, carrying over the netting and into the trees beyond first base. 2-2. Maldonado back into the box, wearing a white arm sleeve on his right arm. All the way down, cut off just above his white and blue batting gloves. Cox looks back in, glove pinned against his shoulder. Now he sets. The Anglers lefty comes home with the 2-2. Maldonado pops another one foul. This game has gone on for a while. We're already almost at 2 hours, 30 minutes. We started at 7, and it's approaching 9:30. Still got 4 full innings ahead of us. 10-5, Mariners lead top of the 6th. The 2-2. Swing high, fly ball again out of play. Nice battle for Maldonado, trying to get his 3rd run batted in and possibly more. Would not need a hit to bring Winslow home from 3rd. Kurland at 2nd and Barth at 1st, the other 2 runners. Again, Cox sets, working deliberately here. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. First strikeout and the first batter faced for Cox. And only the 4th strikeout of the game for the Anglers pitching staff.
That's the other thing, Carson, is with all these walks, there haven't been a lot of strikeouts. The batters have, like I said, stayed disciplined, and they fought off for contact. Even if it's a pop-out, they haven't gone down swinging, which is a good sign, especially when they've been in kind of a slump in recent games.
First pitch to Matt Scannell in the dirt. Ike Irish knocks it down, keeping all 3 runners at bay, 1-0. 10-5 Harwich, top of the 6th. If the Mariners hung on, they would snap a 3-game losing streak, their longest of the year. The set, Cox, left on left, deals. Breaking ball off the inside corner. Scannell turned his shoulders out of the way of it, and it's 1-0. Seven hits and 11 walks for the Mariners. 7 of their 10 runs came across in the 3rd inning. The 2-0. Scannell takes on the outside corner for a strike, 2-1. In that 3rd inning, the Mariners sent 11 men to the plate. A bases-clearing triple from Danny Dickinson scored 3. Cam Maldonado, a 2-run double, and then Matt Scannell, the man up, drove in a run with a single. He's got 2 driven in today. The 2-1. Swinging a high pop fly onto the shallow outfield grass behind second. Lodis gives way to the right fielder Larson, who drops the ball and throws to second for 1. The throw to third base. Tag slapped down by Johnston, not in time. Out was into the shallow outfield and no infield fly called. And in some ways, Larson did the smart thing. Scannell reaches first, and we'll have to see what they score this. 1 run scores. That's Winslow. Kurland moves up to third, and Barth is forced out at second. Scannell safe at first. So 2 outs, runners at the corners. 11-5 now the score. It's a fielder's choice as the pitch is a foul off the home plate umpire, Jeff Mertzel, and he is down on a knee. Ouch. Ryan Weingartner has walked 3 times today, and that may have been his hardest hit ball. And now the catcher Irish giving him some time. Looks like he's all right. Mertzel bends down, dusts some dirt off home plate. Still being gentle with himself here. Scannell on that fielder's choice actually gets credit for the run batted in. So now he's got 3, doubling his season total. Kurland at third, Scannell at first with 2 gone. Weingartner, the New Jersey native, about to head on over to Penn State after the first 2 years, or his, I believe, first single year at St. Joseph's. First 2, rising junior. The pitch, the righty takes up and away. No, a called strike, 0-2. Weingartner up now with Dickinson to follow. Cox, the left-hander for the Anglers, sets. He deals the 0-2. Runner at first takes off, pitch is swung on and missed, strike 3. Down goes Weingartner, and so did the Mariners. They get just the 1 after they loaded the bases on 3 walks to start the inning. Bottom of the 6th coming up. It's 11-5 Mariners on the Harwich Mariners Media Network.
Whether at White House Field or cheering from home, gear up with some official Harwich Mariners merchandise. Order online or visit our booth behind home plate. See you soon, and roll NERS. Hey Mariners fans, join us for First Responder Night on July 12th at 6:30 p.m. Cheer on our heroes from Harwich Police, Fire, Coast Guard, Harbor Master, and special guest State Representative Steven Zaros. Make sure to mark your calendars and come show your support for these brave men and women.
Harwich 11, Chatham 5 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's Bryson Bales on to face Cantwell, Lodis, and Jaden Davis, the 6, 7, 8 hitters. First up, Cantwell, who has walked in each of his first 2 trips. Neither of the 2 times has he scored. Left-hand batter against the lefty Bales. The first pitch, very high, 89-mile-an-hour fastball for ball 1. Despite just the 1 run scoring in the 6th, a very long time on the bench for Bales. The 1-0. Right in there, a fastball, knee high for a called strike 1. Bales, in his 3rd inning of work, relieved Olin Johnston. Johnson went 3 1/3. The 1-1. Breaking ball on the outside corner, called strike 2.
and bails hadn't gone longer than an inning and 2/3 this season for Harwich, so a lengthier outing, giving the bullpen some more burn after not being used very often recently.
Pitches flied foul off to the left side, still 1-2. Cantwell entering today only hitting .213. Hitless yesterday at Falmouth, 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Anglers lost that game to the Commodores as the 1-2. Strike 3 call outside corner with the fastball. 3 straight strikeouts now for Bales. He's got 6.
Now batting for Chatham, the second baseman from Georgia Tech, number 24, Kyle Lodis.
Now Kyle Lodis. Right-hand batter singled home a run in 2 at-bats, that time in the 4th inning. 11-5 Harwich leading last of the 6th. First pitch, Bales just misses the bottom of the zone with the breaking ball. 1-0. Harwich trying to snap a 3-game slide. The Mariners, as the pitch, missing off the outside corner, 2-0. Mariners had cooled down in July. Got off to a 1-4 start. Chatham quite the opposite. They had won 4 consecutive games before losing at Falmouth, and they had a chance to tie it, getting the first 2 aboard in the 9th, as the pitch is up and away. 3 balls, no strikes on Lodis, but Chatham did not get the tying run home. So they lost last night, eyeballing their second loss here against the Mariners, 3-0. Called strike 1 in the outside corner. Kyle Lodis. Now 1 for 6 this year against Harwich with 2 walks. Bales from the stretch, kicks and fires. Low and in the dirt, ball 4. Chatham second baseman reaches for the second time today ahead of Jaden Davis. 1 on, 1 out, last of the 6th inning. The Mariners have led ever since that 7-run 3rd inning. They've drawn a season-high 11 walks this game. And Chatham, typically a stingy pitching staff, a day to forget. Now Davis, as the pitch, swing, bounding ball to second, could be 2. Curland up with it, slings to second for 1, and that's all they get. The throw barely beat Lodis, and a nice play by Curland to make an accurate throw anyway. Oh, hit just too softly. Davis reaches on the fielder's choice.
Curland, while his bat has been pretty solid, his glove has been too. Has looked really strong defensively as the everyday second baseman since his arrival here in Harwich.
Now Jet Johnston. Hitless today, right-hand batter with power. The pitch. In the dirt, it kicks off the glove of Winslow halfway up the backstop. So Davis scurries to second. A very wild pitch, and Johnston ahead in the count, 1-0. 2 outs, man at second. Chatham got on the board with 2 solo home runs in the first 2 innings, so they did not strain a man until the 3rd. Here's the pitch. Swing, ground ball to second. On the cut of the grass, down to an E. Curlin's got it, straightens up, and throws him out at first. A walk, a fielder's choice, and a man left. As we go to the 7th, it's 11-5 Harwich, with Skylar Wilkes taking the play-by-play from here on out on the Harwich Mariners Network.
When you need to be seen for a minor illness or injury, Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is here for you with high-quality, full-service walk-in care. ER expertise meets urgent care convenience at our 6 urgent care centers, which are staffed by board-certified ER providers and located Cape-wide from Falmouth to Orleans. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is open daily and offers a cost-saving option for everything from sprains to stitches, with timely treatment in under an hour for most patients. View online wait times at capecodhealth.org/urgent care. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care. Minor emergencies, major attention.
back at Veterans Field for the start of the 7th inning. 11-5 Mariners lead over the Anglers. Along with Carson Trail, I'm Skylar Wilkes. Thanks so much for joining us here on this Sunday evening, 4th of July weekend. Harwich suffered a loss on 4th of July and has only won once so far since the month changed. Chance Cox in for his first full inning of work. Took over in relief of Cam Johnson, who loaded the bases on walks. And given the circumstances, Cox did pretty well. Got a strikeout, then allowed a run, but it's not earned to him on a fielder's choice, and then got another strikeout. So he only faced the minimum there in 3 batters. Now set to face 2, 3, and 4 in the order. For the Mariners, starting with Danny Dickinson. Right-handed DH up for the 4th time. Popped up to second his last time up in the 5th. An initial offer from Cox in at the feet. Bounces away from him. Careens off the backstop to the behind home plate where Chatham is painted in white. Script letters with stars painted throughout. 1-0 to Dickinson. The pitch. Above the belt. 2 balls, no strikes. To the 2-hitter in the Harwich order, singled in the first, walked in the third, as well as had a bases clearing triple, his first extra base hit of the season. 2-0 from Cox. Dickinson cranks that one, but that is heading way foul in the left field. Just a little early on it, but it definitely had the power.
Yeah, Dickinson's got some sneaky pop. More known for his speed than that, but if he runs into one, that will carry out of the yard.
So 2 balls and a strike. No outs here in the top of the 7th. Cox the windup and pitch. Breaking ball drops in there for a called strike. 2-2 to Dickinson. 11-5 Harwich lead here in the top of the 7th. Cox with the glove up by his face, covering his eyes. Drops it to his belt. Rocks and fires. Dickinson tops it foul toward the third base side where Mark Tebow stands in the third base coach's box, opposite Kyle Sylvester over at first. Cox, the 4th relief arm used by the Anglers so far after starter Carson Ligon went 2 2/3. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs to Dickinson. The delivery is skied high in the foggy air, shallow left field, called off and caught by John Bay for out number 1.
And another play where I am very surprised at how well the defenders on both sides are playing. The balls hit up into the fog. It's really low over our heads. And I think at some point we'll get one where it just disappears.
Might have been what happened with Ashton Larson and Wright that turned into a 9-6 fielder's choice, which you definitely don't see often. Henry Godbout ready to go. First pitch swinging. Rips it foul in left field, out of play. Was 0 for 3 until his last at bat where he drove home 2 runs on a double. 3rd double of the season already for Godbout. Awaits the 0-1 from Cox. Yanked outside. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. In the top of the 7th, 11-5 Mariners lead. Cam Johnson didn't record an out. Gave up 1 run, 3 walks, no hits. The pitch. Same result, low and away. 2 balls and a strike to Godbout.
And about Cam Hill's outing, there was one old database that I saw where a guy could allow a run without recording it out, and his ERA would show up as an 8.
Cox gets a swinging strike from Godbout. Evens the count at 2 apiece. Infinity is what you mean, correct?
No, it showed up as a figure 8, like an 8, not a lemniscate. Like
Interesting.
it showed up as an 8.
So that might end up being the case with Johnson. 2-2 to Godbout. Fends it off and pops it foul. Over the Harwich dugout on the first base side, hits the snack shack. Placed directly behind it. Andrew Williams preceded Johnson, went 2 innings, giving up 2 runs on 2 hits with a walk, no strikeouts in his Cape League debut. Another 2-2 coming from Cox. Godbout bounces it to short. Arquette, tough hop, and he can't make the play as Godbout fully lays out to slide into first. Might have been a tough play from a usually sure-gloved Arquette, but that should be an infield single for Henry Godbout.
Yeah, just a soft bouncer. The grass moist from all the fog just kind of killed that one, and once it was past the mound, you knew it was going to be a tough play, even for the all Pac-12 defenseman Arquette.
With that Dickinson fly out to left, that was the first time today that Harwich hasn't had a leadoff batter on in an inning. So with Godbout on first, it's Michael Anderson. Fastball right down the middle. No balls, 1 strike. The Harwich first baseman 0 for 3. Grounded out to third his last time up in the 5th. Was hit by a pitch in the 4th. Also struck out and popped out. 0-1. Cox steps off. Throw gets away from Cantwell. Godbout takes off for second. The throw down is in time. Henry Godbout went running after the pickoff attempt got away from Luke Cantwell, who received the ball, threw it down on a perfect strike to Ivar Arquette. And Godbout is out. 2 gone for Harwich.
And he was stalking back toward the first base dugout a while before he finally broke into a jog. That is one unhappy baseball player.
Godbout returns to the dugout. 0-1 count to Anderson with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. And Anderson has to back up on a pitch in tight by the waist. 1 ball, 1 strike. In the top of the 7th, 11-5. Mariners lead. It's called a pickoff. It's just a 3-6 pickoff there. 1-1. Way away. Even past the mid of Irish. 2 balls and a strike to Anderson, who has cooled off, still batting above 300, but has not seen the same success that he had earlier in the year. 0 for 3 yesterday with a walk and a strikeout. 2-1 from Cox. And that time it plunks Anderson. Michael Anderson takes his base for the 2nd time on a hit by pitch, and that keeps the inning going. As you almost heard the thunk off his left hip.
Ouch. Anderson's a big guy, so he'll walk this one off, but still, wearing that in the front hip like that, 2nd time he's punked today, I mean, I'm sure that's got to be a little frustrating just because we're not in any, or the Mariners are not in any way you can mode. 11-5, they're ahead, and it's you don't want to be plunked gratuitously.
That's definitely going to leave a mark. That's for sure. Anderson on at first with the black sliding mitt. Cox delivers a first pitch called strike to Macon Winslow on the outside corner. Winslow 0 for 2. Walked his last time up in the 6th, also in the 3rd. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Another high pitch from Cox. Caught by Irish, so it doesn't get to the backstop, but 1-1 to Winslow, who batting at 5th in the order, the highest he has all season.
Yeah, and he's been swinging the bat well. A lot of confidence. Good to see from the young backstop, an outfielder by trade.
1-1. Skips in the dirt into the chest protector of Irish, who saved that from going to the backstop and keeping Anderson at first.
And Winslow has also earned his respect in the batter's box, getting walked twice today. Not expanding the zone. Typically you see that from a young guy who's anxious.
2-1. Swings through, and it hit Irish. Couldn't hold on to the ball. It might have hit off his knee. Got to the ground and works his way up. Hobbling behind the batter's box as Jeff Mertzel walks the ball up to the pitcher, Chance Cox. Irish now hunched over just ahead of the infield dirt. So after Anderson got hit, now Irish taking the brunt as well from Chance Cox.
Ouch, again. I think that hit him in a padded area. That wasn't one of those things where you see, you know, foul tip gets up into the nether regions, and that really will leave you hurting. But I think it could have been worse. It could have been worse.
Fortunately, Irish is okay. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Winslow with Anderson on first. The pitch. Drops beneath the zone. Runs the count full to Winslow. Has 2 of the 11 walks, season high for Harwich. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the 7th, 11-5 Mariners lead. Anderson on first after the hit by pitch. Cox checks him with a near errant throw to Cantwell. Already had 1 throw get away. Fortunately, Cantwell made up for it, getting it down to Iva Arquette at short to tag Henry Godbout. So another full count to Winslow, the payoff. Way away, gets away from Irish. Anderson was already taking off, takes a sharp turn around second but stays put, making Winslow walks for the 3rd time, and that's 12 free passes for Harwich hitters.
That on-base percentage is going to be a few ticks higher than it was yesterday. Only 2 official at-bats. He's hitless, but I think that he'll be happy with how he contributed today on offense.
Another batter with 2 walks, Cade Kurland up. The righty, 1 for 2. Also singled in the second, popped up to first in the 4th. Winslow on first, Anderson on second, 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Kurland belts this one high in the air to center field. Overn heading towards the warning track, and he makes it right at the cusp. Barreled by Kurland, just didn't have enough juice to get out. And Harwich ends the inning without a run, a hit, 2 men left on. But Chance Cox keeps it an 11-5 ball game in favor of the Mariners, heading to the bottom of the 7th. Stretch time here at Veterans Park. We'll be right back on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
Home half of the 7th and a new pitcher on the mound for the Mariners. Bryson Bales ends his day with a chance at a win. 2 2/3 innings, 2 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. Season highs in every category. And Steve Engler turns the ball over to another southpaw in Michael Benzer out of Houston. Rising junior in for his 5th appearance already for Harwich. 4 games, 3.18 ERA, and 5 2/3 innings pitched. Following Bales on Tuesday at Wareham, Benzer also pitched, striking out 2 batters in an inning. Walks have been a bit of an issue, but definitely some good stuff from the Houston native.
That guy is nasty. He's got a great breaking ball, fastball up into the mid-90s. He's got the stuff. It's just a matter of finding his command. He's worked with pitching coach R.J. Thomas and then Ed Marco, the interim pitching coach for the Mariners. And he's a guy that once he has it put all together, he is one of the tougher lefties to face in all the Cape Cod League.
He's got to deal at the top of the order for Chatham. Starting with Austin Overn, 2 for 3. And Benzer sailed that one over everyone's head. Hit the net, and that's 1-0 counts over.
Just high.
Just a little. Might have grazed the fog. 1 ball, no strikes, and another high miss from Benzer over and ducks in and out of the batter's box. Quickly had 2-0 from the center fielder who homered in the first, singled in the third, and then grounded out to short in the fifth.
Second appearance of the week for Benzer.
2-0. Lifted high into the night sky. Shallow left field, Tommy Barth reading it through the fog. And he hauls it in for out number 1.
Again, nice play. Benzer still coming into his own. A lot of the relievers, although it was not the case for Benzer or Bales, his predecessor, long layoffs. A lot of the time, the high leverage arms haven't really had situations where they're used. I mean, Harwich up by 6 runs here in the bottom of the 7th. Still plenty of time to get work in.
Initial offer to Ashton Larson is head high. Caught by Winslow, 1-0 to the Chatham right fielder, who's over 3. Struck out swinging his last time up, but it was a wild pitch from Bryson Bales, so he got down to first and ended up scoring on the home run from Mike Irish. Missed down from Benzer, 2-0. That is the probably one thing holding against him. Hasn't been issued 6 walks compared to 9 strikeouts, but this past spring at Houston had 16 walks and 14 strikeouts.
Get your 50-50
Larson
tickets ready. We'll have it at the end.
hits it
of this
foul
half inning.
right over the Chatham dugout third base side, 2-1. So good to see that Benzer's walk numbers are down.
Yeah, he's got the kind of stuff where you can get strikes in the zone.
Just like that one on a fastball towards the top, 2-2.
And to be more specific, swinging strikes. He doesn't have to dot up every slider, paint the corner with every fastball. He can just kind of get him over, and they play well.
Breaking ball. He got him. Completely froze Ashton Larson for his first strikeout of the game, second out of the inning here in the bottom of the 7th.
From Auburn, number 4, Mike Irish.
Yeah, good start for Benzer. The times where we've seen him struggle, bad turns to worse, but seeing that he's off to a good start, getting the top of the order out, great stuff.
Continues the trend with a first pitch strike. Off speed to Ike Irish. 1 for 3. Went deep to right field. His last time up in the 5th. Another breaking ball. That one just high from Benzer, who loses his hat in the process and evens the count at 1 apiece to Irish. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Harwich leading 11-5. One of 3 home runs today for the Anglers. Austin Overn had one in the first. Iva Arquette had one in the second. And then Ike Irish had one in the 5th. 1-1. Flared out to left center field. Coming on is Scannell. And he drops the glove nearly down to his knees and hauls it in on the run. So Michael Benzer sits down the Chatham order 1, 2, 3 for the first time today. 2 flyouts and a strikeout. Keep the Mariners in front 11-5. We'll be back for the 8th inning in a bit right here on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Hey Mariners fans, whether you're at White House Field or cheering from home, gear up with some official Harwich Mariners merchandise. Order online or visit our booth behind home plate. See you soon, and roll NERS. Hey Mariners fans, join us for First Responder Night on July 12th at 6:30 p.m. Cheer on our heroes from Harwich Police, Fire, Coast Guard, Harbor Master, and special guest State Representative Steven Zaros. Make sure to mark your calendars and come show your support for these brave men and women.
176.
Chance Cox still toeing the rubber for the Anglers. The fifth pitcher used total, fourth out of the bullpen. Carson Ligon started it, went 2 2/3, followed by Malachi Witherspoon at a third of an inning. Andrew Williams went 2 innings, and then Cam Johnson pitched, faced 3 batters, couldn't get an out. Cox very well traveled in his collegiate career. Went at 2 programs in 2 different years. He started his collegiate career off at Cali Community College in Kansas, where he spent 2 years, transferred to Houston in the fall of 2023, and then headed to Austin Peay for the spring. So he didn't pitch for the Governors, but ended up here on the Cape with a lot of them. A few of his teammates, including John Bay, out there and left. Starts off the 8th with a fastball. Dots the zone to Tommy Barth, bottom third of the order for Harwich, 7, 8, 9. Barth was the last batter to face Cam Johnson before he got pulled. He's 0 for 1 with 3 walks, including an RBI, and gets hit on the shoulder, or the elbow, left elbow, right below his elbow guard. So a leadoff base runner here for Harwich in the 8th. Third batter hit by a pitch, second due to Chance Cox, and Barth on for the 4th time.
And a newly reported defensive change. Campbell Smithwick is now behind the plate for the Anglers. So Ike Irish's day is done.
Campbell Smithwick, the Ole Miss product, behind the plate now, in turn of his SEC counterpart Ike Irish, and Cox gets a swinging strike from Cam Maldonado, who he struck out swinging with the bases loaded and no outs in the 6th. Eyes Barth carefully, now deals, low and away. Maldonado singled in the 5th and drove home 2 runs on a double in the 3rd. One ball, 1 strike, no outs in the top of the 8th. Maldonado there with the 88-mile-per-hour fastball, fouls it back. 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs in the top of the 8th. 11-5. Harwich in front. This is appearance number 4 for Cox. 3 2/3 innings pitched, a 4.91 ERA, 1-0 record. 1-2. Another defensive swing from Maldonado. So for a guy that hasn't pitched at the collegiate level since last year, he's looked pretty solid.
So far, so good. The stakes substantially lower with the 6-run deficit. So I think that's a little bit easier when perhaps the offense has taken their foot off the gas slightly.
1-2. Way away.
But Harwich has taken a pretty tenacious at-bats ever since that 7-run third. Did well to maintain that lead. If they didn't add on since then, it would be 8-5 instead of 11-5.
2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs from Cox. Another foul back from Maldonado. Cox, when he last pitched at Cowley in the spring of 2023, had a 2.72 ERA in 15 games, 79 1/3 innings pitched, so earned his way into the Division I level. Set to play for Austin Peay next spring. Long hold, now the pitch. And that is right down the middle. Cam Maldonado stays put on the fastball, goes down looking. That's 3 strikeouts for Chance Cox on the evening.
Center fielder, number 23, Matt Scannell.
And nice job just filling up the zone. Not much more you can ask for a guy tasked with eating some innings.
Matt Scannell jumps ahead 1-0 on a missed in at the knees. Scannell having his most productive day so far this season. He's really starting to heat up. Looked like a fly out to right last time out in the 6th. Ended up in a 9-6 fielder's choice where he got the RBI. Cox upstairs with the off speed. 2 balls, no strikes. So Scannell is 1 for 4. 2 fielder's choices, single and a ground out. But he's got 3 runs batted in. 2-0 with Barth on first. And this time Cox gets a called strike, 2-1 to Scannell.
Scannell looking for his third multi-hit game in consecutive days. Probably see him take a pretty good cut if something is in the zone.
2-1. Topped to first, and it just heads foul right over the bag. Evens the count at 2 apiece. It matches his career high of 3 RBIs, which came all the way back on June 19th, 2023, in a 9-4 victory at Cotuit. One of the few returning Mariners. No stranger to 3 RBI games. Drove home 14 runs last year in Harwich. 2-2 from Cox. That's sprayed foul. On the third base side, Scannell staying alive. That's another thing, Carson, is not a lot of strikeouts, a lot of walks, a lot of long at-bats for Harwich hitters.
And this game has taken a long time because of it. 2 innings left, and we're only at the 3-hour mark.
16 combined runs, only 13 hits though. 2-2 to Scannell. Breaking ball is in there for a strike. Chance Cox freezes another batter and picks up his 4th K of the day, 2nd straight, 2 gone for Harwich.
Back-to-back backwards Ks, borderline pitches. This could be a classic case of, we've had a long game. We want to get things going, so expand the zone to listen some more swings. Could be both. Also, great spot to put that pitch from Cox.
Ryan Weingartner ready to go for the 5th time. Fastball runs above the waist, 1-0. Shortstop struck out swinging to retire the side in the 6th against Cox. Also has 3 walks and another K. Breaking ball. Too far to the right. 2 balls, no strikes. 2 outs in the top of the 8th, 11-5, Mariners lead. Tommy Barth on first after he was hit by a pitch to lead off the frame. Weingartner with a swing bunt towards the first base dugout where Harwich stands. Henry Godbout comes out, tosses it aside to a bat boy. 2-1 to Weingartner. Matches his season high with 3 walks. 2 balls and a strike on the way. That's low. Just below the knees of Weingartner. 3-1, potentially a pitch away from his 4th walk of the ball game.
Discipline, discipline, discipline. Not going to expand here either.
3-1. Instead, he sends it by the outstretched glove of Arquette into left field. So after 3 walks and 2 strikeouts, Ryan Weingartner reaches on a single. Barth over to second. 2 men on, 2 outs in the top of the 8th for the Mariners. Leading 11-5. Danny Dickinson up for the 5th time as well. Has been retired 2 straight times after reaching his first 3 times up. And Cox finds the top of the strike zone. 0-1 to Dickinson with Weingartner on first, Barth on second. 11 runs on 9 hits so far for Harwich, 5 runs on 5 hits for Chatham. 0-1. Sliced foul. Deep over the first base dugout. Fog continues to roll in from left field. The immense crowd that once stood is mostly departed. As Carson mentioned, we're past the 3-hour mark here at Veterans Field. 0-2 on the way from Cox. Dickinson tops it to third, off 1 hop, and he takes it to the bag himself, Jet Johnston. Pretty good defense there to get through the inning again. Chance Cox gives up a hit, hits a batter, but also gets 2 strikeouts and a ground out. And Harwich back-to-back scoreless innings, still on top though, 11-5, heading to the final part of the 8th inning on the Harwich Mariner Network.
When you need to be seen for a minor illness or injury, Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is here for you with high-quality, full-service walk-in care. ER expertise meets urgent care convenience at our 6 urgent care centers, which are staffed by board-certified ER providers and located Cape-wide from Falmouth to Orleans. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is open daily and offers a cost-saving option for everything from sprains to stitches, with timely treatment in under an hour for most patients. View online wait times at capecodhealth.org/urgent care. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care. Minor emergencies, major attention.
Anglers not out of it quite yet. Trailing 11-5 here. Final part of the 8th inning. Mariners in front. John Bay leads off. Michael Benzer airmails it over the head of Macon Winslow. 1-0. That's the second or third time we've seen Benzer sail it. His second inning of work faced the top 3 batters in the order for Chatham. Went 1-2-3. Comes back with a strike. 1-1 to Bay, who's 0 for 2. Struck out swinging in the 5th, walked in the 4th, and grounded out to short in the 1st. And this time Benzer brings it down. And it nicks Bay's foot. So he takes his base. A mixed bag of control here for Michael Benzer.
Now batting for the Anglers, the short.
Yeah, and anytime you lose your reliability as a reliever, mixed control is almost as good as no control. Fortunately, he has more than enough cushion to possibly even finish this game out unless the wheels really fall off. But I expect him to get things going rather quickly against Ivan Arquette.
Starts with the ball outside to Arquette, the shortstop who went deep earlier in the ball game, although struck out swinging both at bats since. 1-0. Benzer just down on the heater. 2 balls, no strikes to the 6'4" righty shortstop. 1 for 3. Benzer's longest outing at the collegiate level is 2 2/3. As another ball. His season high on the Cape is 2, but back on April 2nd went 2 2/3 against Rice. So there may have to be another round to possibly finish things off in the 9th for Harwich. Hitters count 3-0 to Arquette. And Benzer misses tighten in for ball 4. First 2 batters reach here safely.
Now batting for Chatham.
For Chatham.
Baseman from the University of Pittsburgh, number 49.
And that's not ideal. Steve Engler out from the first base dugout to talk to his lefty. Ideally, you'd ride him the rest of the way, but also if need be, you don't want to put the Anglers aboard for free, giving them an opportunity to get back in this game. It hasn't felt close since that 7-run 3rd inning. But another walk and a big swing of the bat all of a sudden. This game could take on a totally different complexion.
Engler a quick discussion with Macon Winslow and Benzer as Luke Cantwell gets ready in the left-handed batter's box. And on first and second, no outs. Benzer, while the hat falls off, he throws a strike, 0-1. Arquette on first, Bay on second. Cantwell is 0 for 1. 2 walks and a strikeout. He was the final victim, 1 of 6 from Bryson Bales. Benzer just above the plate, 1-1. Cantwell hit 10 homers at Pitt this spring, has already gotten 2 with Chatham through 17 games, so definitely has some power. 1-1, spiked in the dirt away from Winslow. Both runners take off. move an extra 90 feet closer. Men on second and third now with no outs. And it looks like the umpire, Jeff Mertzel, might have gotten shaken up as well on the pitch.
Yeah, he was gingerly holding his right wrist. I think that's where that got him. Chatham dugout, paying close attention, seeing if he needs the presence of an athletic trainer. But for now, two advance in the scoring position, and I think that Mertzel is going to be ready to go, fortunately.
We've seen a multitude of people. Mertzel, I think that's the second time he's been hit today. The backstop Irish, Anderson twice, so a lot of hit by pitches. John Bay, who stands 90 feet away, was hit as well. 2 and 1 to Cantwell, with Arquette on second, Bay on third, no outs in the bottom of the 8th. Benzer, another pitch in the dirt. Jumps right into the chest protector of Winslow, and it's 3 and 1.
And many of these misses have not threatened the vicinity of the strike zone this inning. Benzer is an okay, serviceable first inning of work. I say serviceable. It went 1, 2, 3. But now he's in danger of having a wheel fall off here.
Once Englert went out to talk with Benzer, and arms started getting loose in the Harwich bullpen. So 3 and 1 to Cantwell. And Benzer issues low. Ball 4. Second straight walk, and Chatham has the bases loaded. Still no outs.
All of a sudden, that's giving the Anglers some second life. 2 walks and a hit batsman. Now, and that's going to be it for Michael Benzer, as you'd probably expect.
So Steve Englert had the chat, and it proved unsuccessful. Michael Benzer, a strong first inning of work, but skittered here in the 8th. A hit by pitch and back-to-back walks leaves the bases loaded with no outs in the bottom of the 8th. Harwich leading 11-5. We take a quick step aside. For the new pitching change, we'll be right back here on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
Chatham in an interesting spot here. Bottom of the 8th, bases loaded with no outs. Trailing 11-5, Michael Benzer loaded the bases on a hit by pitch and 2 walks. Steve Englert turns to the bullpen for the 3rd time with a righty, Peter Haas. Just transferring from Stonehill to Indiana. He hasn't pitched in a game since he announced his commitment back on June 27th against Hyannis. So he hasn't pitched since Harwich started a catcher for an inning. It's been a long time.
Yes, it has. He threw 3 innings, 44 total pitches, so somebody who can take you the rest of the way. But no easy task, and the good news is he's been one of Harwich's most reliable late innings relievers. A 2.45 ERA across 4 appearances, all of which were in relief. A .95 whip. And although he doesn't strike out a ton of guys, he walked nobody this year despite 7 hits and 7 1/3 innings.
Tough spot here for Haas. Bases loaded, no outs. Kyle O'Dees, the righty, takes the first pitch strike, and it's 0-1. Walked his last time up in the 6th, also drove home a run on a single in the 4th, and flew out to second in the 2nd. Cantwell on first, Arquette on second with Bay at third. And a hearty cut from Lodiz, and it's 0-2. Haas transferring from Stonehill in Massachusetts, the NEC, to the Big Ten to join Indiana. 0-2 to Lodiz. Tops it foul towards the Chatham dugout on the first base side.
And Lodi's timing not quite right. 87 looks like, a lot harder than that. Why? Because of how good his changeup is. Get that pitch low in the zone, you could have an easy ground ball double play.
Another 0-2. Haas from the stretch. And issues down. 1-2 to Lodiz. Also has a save on the year. That happened back on June the 23rd against Falmouth, where he came in, struck out the lone batter he faced, still got the save nonetheless. Shook off the first few signs, now ready on the 1-2. Lodiz bounces it foul just behind home plate to the left, stays alive at 1-2.
And Haas barely came set on that pitch, so I think he's going to have to be a bit more careful in order to avoid a balk call.
1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs in the bottom of the 8th. Bases loaded for Chatham. The pitch. Way up and in on Lodiz. 2-2. Harwich lead. The 2-2. Another foul. Grabbed by Jane Davis in the on-deck circle with his left hand, warming up ahead of his impending matchup with Haas. Bases loaded, no outs. Cantwell on first, Arquette on second, Bay at third. 2-2. That's down. And Kyle Lodiz has worked the count full. Peter Haas, one pitch away from his first walk of the season, and also giving up the run, has nowhere to put Lodiz.
I think you got to get the changeup in the zone now. Thinking it's a challenge fastball, Lodiz has not chased it.
The payoff. Skips in the dirt, ball 4. It's an RBI walk for Kyle Lodiz. John Bay comes in to score, and it's 11-6 Mariners.
Now batting for Chatham, the designated hitter.
This game is getting too interesting.
Davis.
Now, still trailing by 5. Jaden Davis with a chance to potentially make it 1. He's 0 for 3. And Haas elevates it in the zone. 0-1. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 6th. Struck out swinging in the 4th. Lined out the first in the 2nd. Turned into a double play. 0-1. And Haas nicks the bottom of the zone. Low pitch. Chatham not a fan of the call from Jeff Mertzel. 0-2 to Davis. With Lodiz on first, Cantwell on second, Arquette on third. The delivery. And he smacks it foul on the first base side. So first walk issued in 7 2/3 innings by Peter Haas. That's still a pretty impressive number.
So far, so good. Just trying to focus on what's ahead of him.
0-2 to Davis. That gets away from Winslow. Breaking for the plate comes Arquette. Throw home, the tag from Haas, and he dropped the baseball. Might have been in time if he held on, but he couldn't. Arquette comes in to score, and it's now 11-7 Mariners. A wild pitch from Haas brings home the run, advances the other 2 men on base. And Chatham still alive. Men on second and third, no outs. 1-2 to Davis. And Haas hits him in the back.
Oh, that sounded like it hurt. You could hear the thud from the back row of the bleachers. My goodness.
An understandable gasp let out there by my partner Carson Trail. Jet Johnston, who has yet to record a hit in his Cape League career, 0 for 3 today, 0 for 13 through the first 9 games. Bases loaded, no outs. On the ground to short, Weingartner, underhand toss to Curlin, on to first, and he got a double play out of it. Bases loaded, no outs. Cantwell comes home to score, so that's another run to Chatham, but it's a 6-4-3 double play. Now there's only a man on third, 2 gone for the Anglers.
And that came a couple of hitters later than I think everybody would have hoped. In an inning with no hits and 3 runs scoring, but fill up the zone, use that change-up, get the ground ball double play. Nicely done by Haas.
No RBI for Johnston. Although it's now 11-8. Austin Overn ahead in the count 1-0 on a fastball that nearly spiked. Overn, the top of the order, up for the 5th time. Flew out to left his last time up in the 7th. With Lodi standing at third, 1-0. And he whiffs at a pitch. Lodi's breaking for the plate. He comes in standing up. Another run to the total for Chatham. It's now 11-9 in the bottom of the 8th.
And that makes it all the more important that Overn is not the tying run. He has just killed the Mariners in the first 2 games of this season series. And the fact that they were able to get the twin killing, even though the run scores, they're only up 2 runs now. Solo home run's not going to tie it.
1-1. And he laces it foul. Right over the fence in right field where a fan nearly made a Ivar Arquette level defensive play. Instead, it's 1-2. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. 4 runs have come across now for the Anglers, trailing 11-9. The pitch from Haas. Overn sends it back foul right over our heads here to the right of the press box. It's a wild pitch on Haas that allowed Lodi's to score. And the bases are empty for Overn in a 1-2 count. Fouls it back just off the end of the bat. Staying alive at 1-2 in 2 games so far with Harwich, including this one. 5 hits for Overn. He's a double short of the cycle in that regard. 11-9, 2-2 count from Haas. And Overn chases at a pitch in the dirt for strike 3. Peter Haas ends the inning, but not before the Anglers put 4 runs across that have made this 9th inning a whole lot more interesting. It's 11-9, heading to what could be our final frame of baseball. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Hey Mariners fans, whether you're at White House Field or cheering from home, gear up with some official Harwich Mariners merchandise. Order online or visit our booth behind home plate. See you soon, and roll NERS.
It's the top of the ninth here from Veterans Field.
Third baseman, number 5, Henry Godbout.
Anglers now behind just 11-9 and a new pitcher on the mound. Chance Cox, a strong 3 innings, giving up no runs on 2 hits with a walk and 4 strikeouts. Righty Hayden Murphy out of Auburn takes over on the bump, facing 3, 4, and 5 in the order for Harwich. First pitch for Murphy is down, ball 1 to Henry Godbout, who is 2 for 5. Singled his last time up in the 7th, also had a 2-run double in the 5th. Chatham put 4 runs across in the bottom of the 8th, no hits in the inning, 3 walks, 2 hit by pitches. Godbout fouls it off his left ankle, it appeared, and lays on his back in the right-handed batter's box, slow to get up as he hobbles on that left leg, which has the bright orange shin guard, repping his Virginia Cavalier colors. And now Godbout seems seriously can barely put any weight on that left leg. Not a good sign, especially late in this ball game. Here is now third base coach Mark Tebow. Goes out to talk to him. Scary sight to see Godbout go down injured.
I think it just got him in such a tender spot, like all bone on his ankle. I mean, it's hard to tell where that hit, and it's hard to tell what exactly is ailing him, but he's favoring one leg over his other. And I believe it was the leg that did not have the shin guard on it.
No, it's not. It's the leg with the shin
Oh,
guard.
it was the protected leg.
Yeah. Seems like maybe a knee thing. That's where Mariners athletic trainer Amanda Lusky is tending to his left knee. It was a foul ball. Godbout's bat now standing head up on the plate, and he seems like he can barely put any pressure on that left knee. Doesn't seem like Godbout's going to be able to finish this at bat off. Hoping it's not too serious, as trainer Amanda Lusky helps walk Godbout towards the dugout. Be a major loss for the Mariners, that's for sure.
And a game that's just dragged on, that's probably the worst thing that's happened tonight. So we're going to see who the pinch hitter is going to be in a 1-1 count and the base is empty. Looks like Jake Ogden.
Not a bad option to pull in off the bench.
Certainly not. But he's getting his shoulder loose. Ogden's been playing a lot lately.
So Jake Ogden just about ready to go in place of Henry Godbout, who unfortunately had to walk his way to the dugout. Looked like he fouled a ball off his knee, his left knee. So he's replaced in the middle of a 1-1 count. Jake Ogden, just transferring from UNC Greensboro to Miami. In the batter's box now to face Hayden Murphy. Again, 1-1 count for Ogden now. And that's a strike, 1-2. To the South Florida native, hitting .262 so far for Harwich through 16 games. 16 hits and 61 at-bats. Has cooled off a little bit recently. Behind now, 1-2. Murphy kicks and deals. And that's down. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ogden. No outs in the top of the ninth, 11-9. Mariners lead Anglers again. 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th. Off walks, hit by pitches, and wild pitches as well. 2-2 to Ogden. And he sends it back foul, almost directly behind home plate. Definitely a tough spot to be in. Cold right off the bench in the middle of an at-bat.
Unfriendly hitting conditions as well. Lights bearing down through the fog. Hard to see out there.
The pitch. Looped up high in the air. Shallow infield. Called off by the third baseman, Jet Johnston, who just leaped in front of shortstop Ivar Arquette. Nearly a collision there, but a long first out there. After the pause for Godbout's injury, Jake Ogden pops out there to third. 1 gone for Harwich. So it's Michael Anderson now, 0 for 3. He was also hit by 2 pitches. Murphy with the glove extended right in front of his face. Now pitches. That's high to Anderson. As we've reached the 3.5-hour mark of this ball game. 20 combined runs, I should say. 1-0. Murphy misses down. Right-hander. Like I said, out of Auburn, in for his 5th appearance with Chatham. 1-1 record, a 5.59 ERA in 9 2/3 innings pitched. 2-0 to Anderson, who sends this maybe 2 miles high in right field, heading back towards the wall, and it goes to the right as Ashton Larson collided almost head-on with the foul pole. Hit the deck. Hopefully okay. Scary collision there from Larson. Anderson was a mere inches away, it seemed like, from his 6th home run of the year.
Yeah, just a fly ball that kept on going. The wind is shifted out towards right field. Anderson obviously has power pole to pole on display there, just couldn't keep it fair. And more importantly, Larson's okay. That was a direct hit with the yellow pole out there.
Good to see Larson back on his feet. 2-1 now to Anderson. And this one is hard hit foul, third base side, and looked like it might have chipped Anderson's bat, so he's got to go to the dugout for some new lumber out of a 2-2 count against the Georgia native and a future SEC foe in Hayden Murphy, who pitched a 4.32 ERA for the Tigers this spring in 14 appearances. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. In the top of the 9th, 11-9, Mariners lead. Murphy rocks and fires, and that's down in the dirt, kept in front by the catcher Campbell Smithwick. And outs full to Anderson. Full count. Murphy kicks and deals. And just down for ball 4. Michael Anderson reaches base for the 3rd time. 2 hit by pitches and a walk as the free passes continue for Harwich batters.
The catcher, number 14.
Yep, that's 13 walks this game now. Just continuing to get on base relentlessly.
So Anderson on at first. 1 out in the top of the 9th, Macon Winslow. He's walked 3 separate times. And this one is flared out to right field. Larson chasing after it, and it drops foul. Maybe even closer than Anderson's near home run was, to being fair.
Yeah, that one couldn't have been more than a foot to the right of the painted white line. That one just not quite foul, or not quite fair.
Winslow also popped up to first, reach on a fielder's choice. Matches collegiate level career high of 3 walks, which came back on March 10th against Wake Forest. 0-1 with Anderson, small lead off first. And Winslow whiffs on a high fastball, clocked in at 93 miles per hour from the right hand of Murphy. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out in the top of the 9th. Harwich clinging to an 11-9 lead. Murphy from the stretch. Swing and a miss. Nice breaking ball. Gets Macon Winslow to strike out, and that's 2 outs now for Harwich.
And Anderson still at first. Curlin, who's been seeing the ball very well today. Important to note that you're not thinking about insurance again. In the game that was so far out of reach for so much of the game, Chatham's drawn it to within 2 runs. Another run could be important heading into the bottom of the 9th.
Cade Curland swinging for the fences. Comes up with nothing. 0-1. Nearly got out of the park with a line out to center in the 7th. Also has walked twice, singled in the 2nd. Anderson on first after the walk. 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. And a slash foul behind home plate into the netting towards the top of it. Curlin stays alive at 0-2. Hayden Murphy, the fifth arm used out of the bullpen by Jeremy Scheetinger. Chance Cox, the longest, 3 innings of work. Carson Ligon started it with 2 2/3. 0-2 now to Curlin. The pitch, swing and a miss. Down goes Cade Curlin. Hayden Murphy strikes out back-to-back batters to give the Anglers a chance. Trailing by 2 runs, heading to the bottom of the 9th. Chatham looks to create some magic here late in this ball game. We'll be right back on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Hey Mariners fans, join us for First Responder Night on July 12th at 6:30 p.m. Cheer on our heroes from Harwich Police, Fire, Coast Guard, Harbor Master, and special guest State Representative Steven Zaros. Make sure to mark your calendars and come show your support for these brave men and women.
When you need to be seen for a minor illness or injury, Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is here for you with high-quality, full-service walk-in care. ER expertise meets urgent care convenience at our 6 urgent care centers, which are staffed by board-certified ER providers and located Cape-wide from Falmouth to Orleans. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is open daily and offers a cost-saving option for everything from sprains to stitches, with timely treatment in under an hour for most patients. View online wait times at capecodhealth.org/urgent care. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care. Minor emergencies, major attention.
It's time for the bottom of the 9th, a long ball game between the Mariners and the Anglers. Skylar Wilkes with Carson Trail. If you're still with us, thanks so much. It's been quite the ball game. 11 runs on 9 hits for Harwich, 9 runs on 5 hits for Chatham, who put on 4 in the bottom of the 8th to make this a 2-run ball game. Ashton Larson, the 2-hitter in the order, leads off here in the bottom of the 9th. First pitch swinging, and that's a base hit to center field. And now the tying run comes to the plate for Chatham.
And instead of Ike Irish, it's Campbell Smithwick.
The catcher from Ole Miss, number 12, Campbell Smithwick.
So a big spot here for Smithwick, who took over as a defensive sub for Ike Irish. Finishes the day 1 for 4 with a home run. Smithwick, a rising sophomore at Ole Miss. 11 games so far for Chatham with a .300 batting average. Peter Haas on the mound for Harwich. Smack back foul right into the netting. Hard contact from Smithwick, who went 1 for 3 last night against Falmouth with a strikeout. 0-1, Larson on first. The pitch gets away from Winslow, who loses track of it. Larson trots on down to second. Another wild pitch here. Both sides have been victims to it, but in the 4th, 2 runs came in to score for Chatham that way. Larson now in scoring position, still no outs, and a 1-1 count to Smithwick.
But now your focus has got to be the man at the plate. That run at second, all grand scheme of things, does not matter. You could score and you could still win the game.
Delivery is low and outside.
Righty getting loose in the Mariner bullpen. Going to see who that is. Looks like Colton Shaw.
Jake Ogden, who came in the middle of Henry Godbout's at-bat, he remains in the game at third base. 2-1 to Smithwick. Hardy cut. And some size let out here at Veterans Field. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs in the bottom of the 9th. Larson stands on second. Peter Haas, who took over with bases loaded, no outs for Michael Benzer. On the bump, looking for potentially second save of the season. The pitch, just off the plate, runs the count full with the power-hitting John Bay on deck. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here in the bottom of the 9th. 11-9, Mariners lead. Haas eyes Larson. The payoff is outside, ball 4. Campbell Smithwick works a walk in his first at-bat of the game. And now the winning run strides the plate for Chatham in the form of John Bay.
And Steve Engler coming out. He's bringing Colton Shaw into this game. All thought of this game being a blowout has been long swept away. 4 in the 8th, and now the tying run at first and nobody out in the 9th.
Pitching woes have made this game rather interesting. Peter Haas, his day is done after he gives up a single and a walk to lead the 9th. 2-run ball game with the winning run at the plate for Chatham, trailing 11-9. We'll step aside for a quick break to let the new arm warm up. Don't go anywhere on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Here at the Mass State Lottery, we're known for our monster wins. But there's no bigger win than the $1 billion we provide each year to support all 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. In our game, we know that supporting local businesses and helping communities is how we all win. Because at the lottery, we're all playing for the home team. The Mass State Lottery. Welcome to the state of winning.
Colton Shaw takes over for Peter Haas. Rising senior at Yale, working on relatively short rest. Pitched 3 1/3 innings against Brewster on the 3rd. Picked up the save just because he went those final 3 1/3 innings before the Mercy Rule victory. So in for another save situation here. Men on 1st and 2nd and no outs in the bottom of the 9th.
Again, Steve Engler was really hoping to avoid using Shaw just to give him another day of rest. But now you've given Engler no choice. You've used 4 pitchers today, and all of a sudden you have a high-leverage situation. Peter Haas struggling, leadoff single and a walk. And now it's going to be up to Shaw to get him out of this game.
2 high-leverage arms used yesterday, Sam Takoyan and Justin Mitrovic. Shaw facing John Bay. His first pitch is a fastball in there for a called strike. 0-1 to the righty Bay, who was hit by a pitch to lead off the 8th. Also walked in the 4th, struck out swinging in the 5th. 0-1. Another strike. 0-2 to Bay. With Smithwick on 1st and Larson on 2nd. No outs here in the bottom of the 9th. Mariners leading 11-9. 1 run in the 2nd, 7 in the 3rd, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th. For Chatham, 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, and 4 in the 8th. 0-2. Just high. Bay holds off. 1-2.
Shaw pitching for the strikeout. That's exactly what his team needs, but I'm sure that they'd be content with the double play ball, and he's got the stuff. Good changeup, good slider to get a ground ball.
The pitch. Blown outside. 2-2. The meager fans that are still here at Veterans Field really getting into it now that one swing of the bat from John Bay could change things. Has already gone deep 3 times this season. 2-2 from Shaw. That's belted to right field, foul into the Harwich bullpen. Bay just nearly missed it as the fog continues to roll in with pace from left side of the field. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs, bottom of the 9th. 11-9 Mariners lead. The pitch as the runners fake the takeoff. Swinging miss from Bay, but Winslow couldn't hold on. It was a foul tip.
That's tough. It might have gotten a piece of Winslow as it trickled out toward the pitcher's mound. Fortunately, he's all right. By the way, Jake Ogden is now at 3rd base, and he's playing deep.
Ogden playing towards the line. Michael Anderson behind the runner, Smithwick at 1st. The other middle infielders playing double play depth. 2-2 to Bay. Shaw steps off and sees Larson back to second. And Chatham's dugout calling for a balk.
I think they say clock. It rhymes, but it's a pitch clock violation on Shaw.
Okay, so it's a pitch clock violation, which makes a ball. So it's a 3-2 count now to Bay. Off the pitch clock violation. Then on first and second, the payoff from Shaw. Bay, more hard contact, a loud foul in a right field over the Harwich bullpen. And this has become quite the nail-biter.
And you would hate to speed up his bat by leaving a changeup out over the plate. That's exactly what he's geared towards. Not ready for the fastball. Only at 91, but seeming a lot faster than that.
3-2 to Bay. Shaw, 2 looks at Larson, now third. The pitch. That one is driven high in the air to right center field, and it hits against the wall. Larson in to score. Here comes Smithwick. He slides in safely. The Chatham Anglers have come all the way back. 2-run double from John Bay, and we're all tied up at 11 in the bottom of the ninth.
I don't believe it.
Now batting for Chatham, the shortstop from the University of Washington, number 13, Iva Arnett.
That's incredible. And pointing out that Smithwick, despite having a catcher's speed, got a great read. So he was practically going on contact.
And now Ivar Arquette a chance to be the hero. Then on second, no outs, tied at 11. And Arquette a check swing. Too far in though, it's a ball. Arquette walked his last time up in the eighth. 2 strikeouts as well, drove home a run on a homer in the second. So he does have that type of power. 3 on the year so far. 1-0 with Bay at second. Arquette back up the middle. Backhanded by Curlin. Off balance throw running low. Gets the out. But Bay moves over to third, and the winning run is now a mere 90 feet away for Chatham.
And I think your next move's got to be walk the next guy and walk the next guy after that. Neither of those guys matter. You want the force play. If you got to play the infield in, all of a sudden.
Now a chance for Luke Cantwell as Michael Anderson moves in on the infield grass. The whole infield playing shallow for Harwich. John Bay stands 90 feet away. Shaw, and he hits Cantwell. Plunks him on the knee.
Well, that makes no difference. If anything, that's preferable, situation-wise. Obviously, given that Cantwell is all right, it did not get him in a tender spot. He's quick to get on his feet. For the Mariners, all of a sudden you have a force play. So, in a way, the situation preferable than
The
before.
middle infield still playing shallow, though, preparing for a potential bunt instead of a double play. Cantwell on first, Bay on third. And Shaw delivers a first pitch strike inside to Kyle Lodiz. Lodiz had the RBI walk his last time up in the eighth. Also drove home a run on a single. 0-1, and it's bounced foul on the third base side as Cantwell took off down for second. 0-2 now to Lodiz. 1 out, men on the corners here in the bottom of the ninth, an 11-11 ball game.
And I think that 0-2 count just kept the bat in Lodiz's hands for the duration of this plate appearance.
0-2. That's a ball. Cantwell takes second on a defensive indifference. And now 2 men in scoring position for Chatham. 1 out here in the bottom of the ninth.
And again, if you were behind in the count, you just put on Lodiz. But not with 1 and 2.
Lodiz trickles foul. Third base side, 1-2. Still, 1 out here in the bottom of the ninth. 11 all is the score. Men on second and third. Colton Shaw. Already a blown save. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Kyle Lodiz, a much needed out for Colton Shaw.
Designated hitter from Vanderbilt.
A huge spot. But now you can play the infield back. Steve Engler took a gamble by keeping the infield in and letting the game continue without a force at the plate. And now in the spot, you still have a base open. Jaden Davis hitless today, was hit by a pitch in his previous plate trip. If you fall behind him, you can put him on.
It seems like Colton Shaw might be having some pitch comm issues. So he gets a new wristband. Men on second and third for Jaden Davis. 2 outs now in the bottom of the ninth. Mariners and Anglers tied at 11. Already 2 runs have come across. It was a 2-run double from John Bay after a single and a walk to lead off the inning against Peter Haas. Davis, 0 for 3 today. A chance to play the hero. Cantwell on second with Bay at third. And Shaw nearly yanks it away on the initial offer, 1-0.
Biggest block of the day from Macon Winslow, stretching well to his backhand side. Wild pitch ends it.
1-0. That's a ball in. 2-0 to Davis, who has driven home 4 runs this season in 15 games. He has a 170 average. A pinch hitter, Eli Payton, waits on deck in place of Jet Johnston. 2-0. And that is right in there. Over the plate, 2 balls and a strike to Davis. Cantwell on second after he was hit by a pitch and then advanced on a defensive indifference. Wow. Bay had the RBI double. This one is chopped to short. Weingartner to tie the game and send it to extras. He makes the play! Ryan Weingartner beats out Jaden Davis by a hair. Soft chopping ball to short. Weingartner fielded it with the glove and made a bullseye throw to first to beat Davis. And Harwich set to go to extras for the first time this season. Chatham came back, erased a 6-run deficit in the final 2 innings. And for the first time on the Harwich Mariner Network, we've got extra baseball. Stay with us here to the 10th we go at Veterans Field on Cape League TV.
Hey Mariners fans, whether you're at White House Field or cheering from home, gear up with some official Harwich Mariners merchandise. Order online or visit our booth behind home plate. See you soon, and roll NERS.
Extra baseball here on the Harwich Mariner Network. Scott Wilkes, Carson Trail.
Like we needed any more.
We are going for a while, approaching 4 hours here, and we just entered the 10th inning. In Cape Cod Baseball League, if the game remains tied at 11, after 10 it's a tie. It's only happened 3 other times. Bourne is tied twice. There is a ghost runner. We're waiting on Cade Curland, who had to relieve himself. So he now grabs his red and that helmet and races out to second base. There is a ghost runner, so Curland, who struck out swinging in the top of the ninth, he takes over at second. Tommy Barth in the batter's box, the bottom third of the order for Harwich.
And now we'll see what approach Steve Englert decides to take. Does he bunt to get the main over, or does he just let it rip?
Hayden Murphy in for his second inning of work. Corners playing in for Chatham. Barth showing bunt, places it down perfectly to Murphy, fields it off the mound, sidearm throw, way outside, well covered by the second baseman Kyle Odiz. So a successful sack bunt for Tommy Barth, and now Cade Curland stands at third base with just 1 out.
One job done, and now you
Right fielder,
force
number 21,
the
Cam
anglers to play
Maldonado.
the infield in.
Cam Maldonado up now is also Eli Payton takes over at third for Jet Johnston. Maldonado with the infield playing shallow. Swings through the 92-mile-per-hour fastball. He struck out his last 2 times up, but also has a 2-run double in the third.
And even if you don't get 2, you gotta get 1. That's how these extra innings affairs work with the runner at second to start the inning.
0-1. Maldonado on the ground to short. Arquette, the throw home, low in the dirt, and it gets away from Smithwick. Curlin comes home to score, and the Mariners go right back up here in the 10th. It's 12-11, Harwich.
And Arquette had all the time in the world to make that throw. Even the all-Pac-12 defenseman can't make every play perfectly. He bounced the throw, and Smithwick unable to pick it out and make the tag. They score that in E6, as a matter of fact.
Interesting. So instead of a 6-2 fielder's choice, it's an E6. Either way, Maldonado's on second. He's running right away. Smithwick, the throw down. The tag, not in time. Cam Maldonado nabs his second base of the game.
And that was the ideal spot to seal a base, too.
So an E6 on Ivar Arquette. Maldonado now stands at second with Matt Scannell up. Second pitch to Scannell. And this one is high in the air to left field. Chasing after it is Bay, and he has the room to make it. Deep out there in left field, Maldonado stays put at second.
More hard contact from Scannell, one of the unsung heroes of today for the Mariners. Wind not blowing that direction this time, just died up there in the fog.
The shortstop, number 2.
Ryan Weingartner up now for Harwich. Batting for the 7th time. 12-11 Mariners, top of the 10th. 2 outs. Maldonado stands on second. Weingartner singled last time up in the 8th. Murphy eyes Maldonado. Now pitches. And that's upstairs, 1-0. Weingartner has also walked 3 times, struck out twice. First extra inning game of the season for the Mariners. 1-0 from Murphy. Freezes Weingartner. And it's 1-1.
And I doubt that Maldonado's thinking about taking another base, but Smithwick pretty quick to get down on his knees before lobbing it back to the pitcher.
The 1-1. Foul tip from Weingartner into the mid of Smithwick. A ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the 10th. Mariners up 12-11. Cam Maldonado stands on second after reaching on an E6. Credited to shortstop Ivar Arquette on the throw home, trying to get Cade Kurland. 1-2, Maldonado running. Murphy the pitch, and it's high. Maldonado gets into third base standing without a throw, and that's a stolen base, his 3rd of the game.
And it's been an evening of wild pitches, balls in the dirt, drop third strikes. That does change things.
2-2, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Foul tip in the mid of Smithwick. Ryan Weingartner strikes out for the 3rd time, but Hayden Murphy limits the potential damage. 1 run comes across for Harwich. No earned run because it was credited as an error. So now the Mariners look to close it out officially in the bottom of the 10th, avoid a tie or potential walk-off situation, leading 12-11. To the bottom of the 10th we go on the Harwich Mariner Network.
Hey Mariners fans, join us for First Responder Night on July 12th at 6:30 p.m. Cheer on our heroes from Harwich Police, Fire, Coast Guard, Harbor Master, and special guest State Representative Steven Zaros. Make sure to mark your calendars and come show your support for these brave men and women.
When you need to be seen for a minor illness or injury, Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is here for you with high-quality, full-service walk-in care. ER expertise meets urgent care convenience at our 6 urgent care centers, which are staffed by board-certified ER providers and located Cape-wide from Falmouth to Orleans. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care is open daily and offers a cost-saving option for everything from sprains to stitches, with timely treatment in under an hour for most patients. View online wait times at capecodhealth.org/urgent care. Cape Cod Healthcare Urgent Care. Minor emergencies, major attention.
Chatham still has a chance. Trailing 12-11. Bottom of the 10th inning. Colton Shaw looking to put things away. Now has a chance for the win. Mariners put one run across in the top of the 10th. Ghost runner set to run is Jaden Davis, who grounded out to short by a hair to end the ninth. And Eli Payton came in as a defensive sub for Jet Johnston, but he was ready to bat in the ninth. He's a rising redshirt senior at Grand Canyon. Fifth game with Chatham. He's hitting 133. First pitch to Shaw, showing bunt, and Payton hits it to the left of the right-handed batter's box. He's one of those bat left, throw righty type of guys.
That time couldn't get it down. Ogden was retreating toward third base, so if Winslow can pounce on it in a timely manner, they might have a chance at the lead runner.
0-1 with Davis leading off of second. Shaw checks him. Payton squares the bunt, and Shaw misses wide. 1-1. Went 1 for 3 last night against Falmouth with 2 strikeouts after a 3-19 season for the Lopes in the spring. 1-1, another bunt, square down. Shaw fields it. On to first he goes. It's a high throw, and it curled it off the bag. Colton Shaw, a high throw. Eli Payton safe. Men on the corners, still no outs.
And that was a tough play. Colton Shaw looked like he rushed the throw just a little bit, making Winslow saying, go to first, which is what he should have done. But the throw not accurate enough. Not even the 6'3" Anderson can keep his foot down.
A well-executed bunt by Eli Payton sets up Austin Overn with men on the corners and no outs. And Steve Englert wants to talk with Colton Shaw. It has not been the best day for the back end of this Harwich bullpen. Started off solid. Olin Johnson, Bryson Bales were good, but control slipped away when it got to Michael Benzer, who went 1 inning, giving up 3 runs on no hits with 2 walks and a strikeout. Peter Haas went 1 inning, giving up 3 runs on 1 hit with 2 walks and a strikeout. Hit by pitches, wild pitches, produced a whole lot of runs. So definitely not the best showing from Harwich pitching staff, which has been pretty solid throughout this year so far.
So far, so good, but right now, Colton Shaw, even with people getting band work going, people getting stretch out in the bullpen, this is his game.
Man on the corners, no outs, bottom of the 10th. Mariners leading 12-11. It's Payton at first with Davis at third. Austin Overn. One swing could change things. And it's a first pitch strike from Shaw. Overn, after homering and singling his first 2 times up, is 0 for 3 with a ground out, a fly out, and a strikeout. 0-1. The pitch is outside. A ball and a strike to Overn. Third baseman Ogden is playing close to the bag where Davis stands. Anderson holding Payton at first, while the middle infielders Kurland and Weingartner play on the edge of the grass and dirt. Payton takes off. This one is smashed to right field. Into score comes Davis. Payton over to third. It's an RBI single for Austin Overn. And the Anglers have tied it right back up at 12. There's no way they can lose now. The worst case scenario is a tie, but men on the corners, still no outs, and Ashton Larson has a runner 90 feet away from walking this off.
Infield's playing back would not have made a difference there. That one just hit too hard in the right spot. And now, look at this. Sam McNulty is coming out and playing second. The left fielder, Barth, is coming out.
For Chatham, the right fielder, number 44.
So Tommy Barth comes out of the game. Sam McNulty in as a defensive sub. He won't actually play left field, though. The right infield is on the edge of the grass. There's a huge hole between short and second. Ashton Larson swinging, fouls it off on the third base side. Over and took off running. Chatham with an improbable comeback, trailed by 6 runs in the bottom of the 8th. 0-1 to Larson. Another hard foul. Singled his last time up in the 9th. Other than that, struck out twice. Also flew out and grounded out. 0-2, no outs. Bottom of the 10th, 12-12 ball game between the Anglers and the Mariners. The pitch from Shaw, and a hard foul back into the ground from Larson. Keeps the count 0-2. Over on first after the RBI single. Payton, who attempted a sac bunt, reached after Colton Shaw made a little too high of a throw that pulled Cade Kurland off the bag. 0-2 to Larson again. The pitch popped up high into the fog. Behind home plate, Winslow tracking it, throws off his mask, and makes the catch running out of the batter's circle. Nearly looked like fell out of his mitt, but he gets a big first out.
What a play by Macon Winslow, up into the fog, looking up into the lights.
Now batting for Chatham, the catcher from
Then had to
Old Miss.
reach back across his body. He's running in circles trying to track it down, and somehow he did.
Campbell Smithwick up for the second time. He came in as a defensive sub for Ike Irish. Walked in the 9th. He was the last batter to face Peter Haas as Austin Overn jogs on down to second. First pitch swinging, Smithwick sends it off, and Overn has to go back. He was going to advance on a defensive indifference, but now he's really getting his workouts in.
Yeah, he's just running liners between first and second at this point.
Now all 4 infielders for Harwich playing on the grass. The pitch from Shaw. This one high in the air. Right field, Maldonado at the warning track. Makes the catch. In home comes the runner. Payne scores, and the Anglers walk it off. Ashton Larson with a sac fly to right, and Chatham completes the unlikely comeback and does it in the 10th inning. 13-12 the final. 8 runs in the final 3 innings for the Anglers to secure sole possession of second place in the East Division, and an absolute collapse by the Harwich Mariners.
Thank goodness for the off day tomorrow, because this one's going to hurt. This is one where you had command of the game the entire game. The Mariners are not going to be happy with themselves heading into the break, and hopefully a chance to reset before they play Hyannis on Wednesday, or on Tuesday.
At one point, the Mariners led 11-5. 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th, 2 in the 9th, and now 2 in the 10th. The RBI single from Austin Overn tied it, and then Campbell Smithwick drove it deep to right field and was able to bring home Eli Payton from third. And Chatham avenges its loss to Harwich from the last time out at White House Field with one of the more improbable comebacks you will see in a long time. A game that has gone over 4 hours total. 13-12. Harwich loses its first extra inning game. We're not done quite yet here. We'll be right back on the Harwich Mariner post-game show. Stick with us. Welcome into the Harwich Mariners post-game show. Skylar Wilkes alongside Carson Trail. After the Mariners blow a 6-run lead and fall 13-12, the hands of the Chatham Anglers, who now have their entire team going into the stands, high-fiving the few fans that are left here after a long ball game. 12 runs on 9 hits with an error for Harwich. 1 run in the second, 7 in the third, 2 in the fifth, 1 in the sixth, 1 in the 10th for Chatham. 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, 4 in the eighth, 2 in the ninth, 2 in the 10th. 13 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. You know, it might seem like a simple question, Carson, but what do you think was the turning point of this game?
There were 21 walks in this game. 8 of them were by the Anglers. The other 13 were by the Mariners. So therefore, it was the hit by pitches at inopportune times. It was 2 hit batsmen in the 8th. It was the Anglers scoring 4 runs without a hit in the 8th. The wheels just fell off. It really was a collapse of epic proportions, unfortunately. And yeah, it was everything bad happening all at once, and eventually momentum swung so far to the Anglers' way there was almost no way they could at least tie.
Struggles continue for Harwich, who now drops its 4th straight game. What can the Mariners do to bounce back against Hyannis on Tuesday?
Rest, recover, reset, and the off day. Come back. They've played competitive baseball against Hyannis in each of the first 2 times they've played them. Just another game, another day. Just got to put this one behind you.
Colton Shaw receives the loss. Hayden Murphy gets the win. There was a lot to like, though. Still some impressive days. Danny Dickinson, Matt Scannell with 3 RBIs. The bottom of the order for the Mariners really impressed.
Barth, Maldonado, Scannell. Maldonado with a couple of runs batted in, 2 hits. Barth reached base 4 times. Really, he finished 0 for 1. He finished 0 for 1 with 3 walks, a hit by pitch, and a sacked bunt. And then Matt Scannell driving in, not getting the multi-hit day that would have made his 3 in a row, but he got the 1 knock, drove in 3 runs. Nice to see him finally come out of his shell and play more like the veteran and the leader that he is.
Harwich with a near inexplicable collapse here late in this game. Went 3 straight innings without allowing a run and allowed 8 runs in the last 3 innings. Went to extras for the first time and just couldn't hang on. Anglers overpower them at home here at Veterans Field. Harwich falls to 9-10. First time under 500 all season. Chatham improves to 10-9 and gets sole possession of that 2nd place spot in the East Division. A much needed off day for the Mariners tomorrow before returning to White House Field to take on a solid West Division opponent in the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, who they are 0-2 against so far this season. But that's for another time. With my partner